Well, that was quick. Hello and welcome to another edition of Zombiepalooza Radio. This evening we are going to have on the lineup Halsey. He is a author. He's pretty cool. Then we are going to have had a little bit of a change up in the lineup. Who is going to be next? Let me see here. Giles Shepherd. He is creative in film. And then we're going to have at 10 o'clock, we're going to have Nick Cole, who just recently won at Dragon Con. Woohoo! All right, and Nick Cole has brought on a couple of author friends of his. One is H Wandrey, and he was a co-nominee for this particular award over at Dragon Con. Mark wrote A Time to Die. It's a zombie thriller. Pretty cool. And Jason Anspach, I think, but I'm sure he's probably going to correct me on the last name because I didn't really get clarification on how to say that. So I apologize up front for mangling your name. Jason has written a number of detective novels, which are about paranormal investigation. Pretty cool. All right, so we seems to be sans dead door currently. I'm not sure if he'll be able to come on in a little while or if we're going to run the whole show without him, but well, you know, we got his buddies in the background. They decided to come hang out, and there's Jeff Riggins' sign. He created that about, oh my goodness, 3 years ago. Saturday, this coming Saturday on the 15th will be our 4-year anniversary. I cannot believe that it has been 4 years. This show started back in, I think, 2012, and it was only supposed to be a 2-hour kind of thing, and it is now pretty much gone its own path. I think it has a life of its own now, and so we're really excited about that. Hello to everyone who has joined us. Please, if you have not already, please go ahead and hit that subscribe button. We're trying to get our numbers up. I know there are a lot more people that listen to this show that have not subscribed yet, so please go ahead and get that taken care of. All right, so we're going to go over and send off a link to our first guest. I know he is patiently waiting. Hopefully everything will work the way it needs to. It's his first time out on the YouTube channel. And yes, you're going to get a link. It'll be new. Please go ahead and click that link. And we'll get started. Hopefully all of his settings are left the way they're supposed to be, and he'll be able to get in the way he needs to. I know that YouTube has changed around some stuff on us, and so it makes it just a tad bit more difficult for people to be able to get in to the link. Hopefully he's left everything the way he needs to. We do sound checks in the beginning to be able to make sure that everybody's stuff is working, and you know, depending on if they come in with the phone or if they're coming in on a laptop. And so sometimes things are just a little bit complicated. Let's go see what's the holdup. Live radio. It's giving you a 403 error. I don't know why it's giving you a 403 error. Huh. Let's see. Let me try again. And we're 5 minutes in, and I don't even know if I'm going to be able to get my first guest on. I really would like to know where my co-host is. He seems to be out somewhere, has not checked in with me all week. I hope he is okay. This whole entire setup is run off of Google Chrome. And so Google Chrome should be the intended browser. And I can't remember if he's coming in on a cell or if he is coming in on a laptop. Hi, everybody watching. We're kind of sort of crashing and burning. We shouldn't be having these kind of problems. I mean, it is almost our 4th year anniversary, and I feel like a newbie over here trying to get people on. YouTube has changed some of the ways that they are allowing us to be able to program on their YouTube channel. And sometimes what it does is it gives glitches and errors where it should not. So I know that the link is live and it's working because we do have viewers. And if we didn't have viewers, then it would probably be on my end. So we're trying to get our first guest on. His name is Halsey, and he is an author of Hellgate, and let's see, and Mist of the Miskatonic. All right, so we need to find out where he is. Hi, everybody. Sorry. Okay, you're in Google Accounts. Why are you in Google Accounts? Click the link and come on in. Just like the sound check. Oh, gotta love technology. It's awesome. I may look calm on the outside, but inside I'm like, why isn't this working the way it's supposed to? We've been doing YouTube now for about 2 years. All right, so are you on your phone or your computer? And it should be working just fine. All right, you didn't change anything? This is a show about how to not get on the YouTube channel. Turn off the speakers and I'm hearing through the headset. I turned off speakers and I'm hearing through the headset. That's it. All right. What to do? Close out of your browser and come back in new. No, that's not how this works. Close your browser. Whatever you have open. Isn't that fun? Fun, fun, fun. All right, so close out of the browsers and all of that, whatever you have open, and that means everything. Yep, we're live. Burning daylight. So do what you can. Close out of what you need to so we can get this thing going. Else I'm going to crash and close the browsers. Close your browsers. Come back in. This is what we call dead air over here. Flying blind, dead air, all of that. If you are actually in the YouTube channel too, you need to close out of all of that and come back in. Part of what we do when we do the sound check and all that is to avoid situations that are like this. Sometimes we have glitches where it just doesn't work the way it's supposed to, and that's, you know, it's not necessarily fault on their end or on our end. It's just, hi, new people that have joined us, thank you. We're currently trying to get our first hour guest on, and we're having some technical difficulties. I feel like max headroom right there. And if anybody knows where my dead door is, kick him in the head and tell him he's supposed to be over here. We are sort of live. Or trying to be live anyway. And the other thing is we don't do edits. And so part of the reason why I don't do edits is to let people see the good, the bad, and the sometimes messy way that a show is supposed to be run. And hey, guess what? I see you.
Hey.
I think I know what
I'm so
happened.
sorry. I hate this stuff.
I don't want to burn any more time.
Okay.
All right, so we're not going to burn any more time.
Sorry about that.
Please. No more time burning, okay? We're past that. Now we're going to go into the interview. Please tell people who you are and what you create.
Okay, my name is Al Halsey. I am the author of several different novels. Hellgate, Montana, Retributor. I'm co-author of a book called Kinemortophobia, Zombie Dreams for Sleepless Nights. Probably the book I've sold the most is called Miss the Miskatonic. It's based on the works of H.P. Lovecraft. And I'm in several anthologies. I recently released my first fantasy book, which is called Empires of the Dead. And so I've been on your show a couple times, and I was excited to be invited back. So that's who I am.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm glad that you were able to actually get it to work. What did you need to do to be able to make it work so that if this glitch happens again, we know what to tell people?
I shut all my browsers, restarted them, and it worked magically. So I couldn't explain to you what I did other than it just worked. So
Bada bing,
there we
bada
go.
boom. All right. So your bio, I'm going to get into your bio now that I have my Gmail open. When most everyone
Okay.
fawned over prancing, sparkling vampires, I can't even speak tonight, Al toiled away writing about zombies, fantasy zombies, Western zombies, and more zombies. To say that zombies are you obsessed by zombies, Al? A little bit.
I like zombies a lot. Before zombies were the big thing, I watched. That was kind of my claim to fame, was B zombie movies. Everybody knew me as the guy who watched that stuff. So yeah, zombies are very popular right now, which is very exciting that it's become so mainstream. But yeah, long before that, there were some of us who were there before it was real popular. So
What was one of the first premises you had when you were creating your first zombie novel? And give me an idea of how you formulated that, please. What is it and how did you do it?
gosh, if I understand, that's a tough question. The first the first actual full length novel I wrote was actually Empires of the Dead. But many authors have a trunk novel, is what they call them. That's what it's been, my friends have referred to them as. And that's that first novel a writer writes, and it's so horrible you put it in a trunk and you never look at it again. And so I actually wrote, I started on this huge fantasy series. I cut my teeth on that, realized the writing just was not good enough to do anything with other than just sharpen me as a writer. So I put that away. I went on to write Hellgate, which actually started as a series of short stories that got picked up by Permuted Press. At the same time I was writing the short stories that would become Mists of the Miskatonic. I was also writing the stories that would eventually become part of Kinemorphophobia. And then after I published some of those things, I came back to, I don't know, a year ago, I came back to Empires, and I said, this is such a great, and I had people tell me that, like many authors, I kind of have a close circle of friends, and they said, hey, you got to pursue this story, but the writing is just not there. So I retooled it and restarted it and took some of the ideas from that trunk novel, rebooted the novel about 500 years before the actual series I wrote originally, and that was the result of that. So I mean, I'm not sure I understand the premise question. If you're asking about where I start with characters, is that what you meant by that?
Yes, exactly. Go.
I usually, I actually usually don't start with characters when I write. Usually I start with places and things, and I was never classically taught. I mean, other than writing in high school, and I did some writing in college. But I mean, I don't have a degree in literature. That's
A
most
bug.
of my actually writing background was actually journalism. Actually, that's what I did professionally. And so and then of course I went on later to write, like, part of my jobs, not my current job but my previous job, I wrote a lot of policy and a lot of training manuals and stuff like that. Nothing, I mean, it's creative, but it's a different kind of creative, and it's very dry. So I usually start with places. I think that's kind of a throwback to being a gamer in a previous life, which is, you have maps, and the abilities, and the things that your character can do. So a lot of times before I get to the point I'm really formulating much about the character, I'm really formulating the setting, and then I kind of create the setting, and then the story, the characters interact in the story and the setting, and so the story weaves itself around the setting. So if I have a character who's in trouble, all of a sudden he doesn't have this length of rope that you've never heard referred to before. It drives me crazy when movies and TV shows and literature, they do that kind of thing. I know at the beginning of the story what my guy's got in his pockets, or my heroine has in her pockets, and then I work from there. And so if he falls down the well but he doesn't have anything in his pockets to climb out of the well, I have to figure out how to get the character out of the well. That becomes part of the story, how he overcomes that. So that's where I start. So I maps and a lot of notes about stuff, even more so than the character. I end up having a lot more maps and pictures. Right now in edits is the third Hellgate, and that's going to take place in Salt Lake City, 1875. So a ton of research went into. Of course, if you know much about Salt Lake, the Mormon, the big Mormon temple, it's there, and the tabernacle. In 1875, it wasn't fully built. So maps and all that kind of stuff goes into it, and the personalities in the area, what they wore. That gets kind of, the research gets kind of You can, what kind of underwear people. I mean, all these kind of crazy things that are relevant. Sometimes they're not even relevant in the story. I do that to color myself, to kind of educate myself on the time period. So hopefully that answers that question.
Very cool, and it goes right into our next kind of statement where we talk about the 3 R's. There is research, and you touched on that. The importance of the research is, even when you're writing something that is fictional, you must make sure that you keep your tracked online, so that people don't go, well, that couldn't possibly happen because that wasn't invented yet, and all of that. If it's going to be a period piece, especially, you need to have particular things that will stand out during that time, how they speak, what they wear, different kinds of things that are happening within the world that would give them, your characters, a particular way of thinking. It's all really extremely relevant.
I totally agree.
Okay,
I
so
have nothing to add to that.
thank you. I would like to know, I was listening to you talk about the fact that you take a lot of notes, and you do, I don't know if you do drawings or if you do most of your note taking literally
Sometimes.
with words. I'm interested in, if you just freehand these things out, do you use a tablet? Some of these things you can draw on now, or if you use any kind of website, or if you have anything that is outside of the normal scope of writing, that you use to be able to help keep these ideas fresh in your head and keep them tracked down where you need them.
That's a great question. I have 2 things I do. Of course, like many writers, I actually have a folder I keep on my computer of things I would like to get to. Unfortunately, that fills up faster than I have time to write those things. So I'm getting a longer and longer list. Maybe someday I'll have a chance to retire or be laid up with a knee replacement or something. I can get to some of those things. But I have a list of things I want to get to, story ideas. Probably more relevant to the question, though, is the research, how I store information about, like this book that's coming up, Salt Lake City, the new Hellgate, Montana. I actually, I do a lot of the research, and then I do one of 2 things. And now go to the library. So much of what we want is available on the internet. So I find websites. I cut and paste a lot of stuff into my own doc. You asked about tablets. I am totally technologically backwards when it comes to this technical stuff. I don't have a smartphone. Here's my phone. This is the technology I function with. So I like hard copies of stuff. I print it out. So I create my own document. I print it out. I put it in I punch it in a binder. That way, I have it, and then I can refer back to it. So I actually have a lot of 3-ring binders, 1.5-inch 3-ring binders with just page after page after page of information on what I've been researching. And then I do store some stuff on computers. I mean, maps and stuff like that I don't necessarily know that I want printed out. But yeah, I'm kind of an old tech person. So, that's how I work. So, and that way I always have a consistency. And if I do a second story or a third story that relates back to that, I don't have to re-research it. I have it stored. I can go back and go, okay, what was I writing about? So that's how I do that.
You have a lot of different interests that you're doing as a side to your writing career. You train in martial arts, you play paintball, you work with rescued cats, which is very cool. You also role play, and you really like Thai food. Very cool.
I do like Thai food.
It's interesting to ask now this question. When we sit down and we create, we bring our perspective to the board, and we pull from experience. We also pull from other person's experiences, things that we find very, very relevant in our own life or within the work that we are going to create. My interest now, because you have such a broad background in different skills, what is the perspective that you bring to your creative written work, and how do we see this develop as a reader of your work?
Well, so I love fight scenes, as you could probably imagine. I really like writing hand-to-hand combat kind of fight scenes. That really relates back to, and I even had somebody recently talk to me about one of the books I wrote, and they go, oh, you know, you obviously train in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu because the moves you describe and the way you describe the fight. Yeah, so I draw a lot of inspiration from that in particular. So fight scenes are kind of I don't consider myself a violent person, but it's a joy to write those because I see the moves in my head. I've trained so much of that kind of stuff. You know, I have kind of a weird, you know, I'm not really probably great at anything, but I have just this oddball, eclectic reservoir of knowledge that can't translate in any real career that I can really do anything with, other than what I do. But it's, you know, so I just take those pieces, and that kind of becomes part of my writing. And you know, I read a lot about history and I read a lot about politics, and so at some point you'll see me kind of intertwine that in a humorous way. I have no respect for hardly any politicians, and that probably comes across in my writings. So yeah, if I'm answering your question correctly, I'm not sure. I might be kind of wandering on you, but I don't know, those kind of things. And part of my inspiration for my writing is I actually take real life things that happen to me, and that becomes part of the story. So like a lot of times people I know will read a book and they'll go, that conversation in the book, that was the conversation we had, wasn't it? And I go, yeah. I take that conversation and I kind of rework it and fit it in. And I kill a lot of my friends off of it, and they know that, and nobody's really angry about it too bad. And I know we've talked about my friend Robert before. He's a childhood friend. He's that one who actually introduced me to role playing when we were in junior high. And every book that I write, my friend Robert is in that book somehow, some way, some variation of his name. In the Hellgate series, he's the cheap hotel owner that I you know, insult mercilessly in the writing. And I just do that with a lot of my friends, and some of them get killed off sometime, and I'll take it in good humor. And the new Dorian I'm writing, this is a sequel to my Gorillas with Scissors Press, Chronicles of Dorian Christensen Nephilim. My friend Aaron, I used to be his martial arts instructor. He's been a big fan of my work, and he doesn't know he's in it yet, so I don't know if he's listening or not, but he'll find out when he reads the book. So the character with his name is very possessed, and I don't know, I just do these kind of things. It's cool to get a text from a friend who's reading a book and they're like, oh, I found my name, or you killed me off. And I don't know, maybe it's kind of passive aggressive, mentally ill kind of thing. I don't know. I'm gonna keep doing it until somebody tells me not to.
All right, so we're going to touch a little bit on marketing right now, and I'm going to like only a few minutes. I'm going to eat up of your time for that. What you've described so far, talking about the environment, talking about your friends, talking about different kinds of experiences, things that are personal in interaction, or ideas that you hold very important to you, all being placed within these works, is also, on the other side of things, a form of marketing, because people love to feel connected. That reader that is picking up your work and going through it is not just being told whatever the perspective is from whoever's speaking in the book to them, but they're using their own perspective and drawing themselves in. And the more they feel connected with it, the more they're either going to love the characters or hate them or root for them, or, you know, wish that they get really chopped up in really bloody kind of situations, because they want to be able to feel a part of what is going on. Now, when you have people that read your work after they're finished, what are some of the things that they say about your work, other than, hey, it was really cool, I noticed that, you know, you put this person in, or you wrote in this particular environment?
Well, there's a lot of points to that. The thing I hear a lot is people are pretty surprised, and my stories are hard to predict. And I do work, I do work really hard when I write to not make things predictable. And I know probably every writer that comes on probably tells you that, but I think about in my head, okay, where's the story progressing? How does this typically, if this were a movie, or and I honestly don't read other people's books. I know that makes me a horrible person, and I do that on purpose. Though I still read Lovecraft. That's my one recreational thing I allow myself, as far as novels, because I've read all of his stuff so much. But I don't read other people's stuff, even people that have given me blurbs and done things for me. And the reason why I don't is I don't want to unconsciously steal stuff from them. So I avoid reading that stuff. If you see something in my book that looks like somebody else's writing that it's their own coincidence, because I purposely avoid doing that. So, but that's what I get a lot is people say, oh, there's somebody left a review for me pretty recently online on Amazon, and they said, wow, and that was about Empires, which has been kind of a slow seller to start with. But they usually are. And somebody said, this book wasn't predictable at all. And I try really hard to think about, okay, if this were the stereotypical TV show, how would this end? And I purposely try to throw curves that people can't see what's coming. Not to the point of being so unpredictable it makes the story just insanely, out in left field. I mean, I think you can do that. Again, it goes back to that there's a direction it's moving, but I just try to think of creative things and creative ways characters do things and creative things that will happen that people will be able to say, oh, that was different. That was out of, I didn't see that coming. So I try to I take great pride in that when people say that.
So basically, when you're creating, like I have had creatives on that have said that they completely and totally immerse themselves within the genre or within that particular area of town, or they're very much like a method actor who gets in and just feels everything that's going on around them in that real raw sense. For you, you like to be able to be on the outside so that you don't run amok somewhere else and get maybe connected into something that you feel might not be your what do they call that, own organic work.
Boy, that last sentence faded out on the connection. Would you repeat your last sentence for me?
So you want to make sure
Sorry.
that you want to make sure that you have your own organic work and not tidbits of somebody else's stuff.
Yeah, and you're cutting in and out a little bit. I think it's probably a connection issue. We've been having a lot of storms here today. Yeah. I just if I caught the connection, or if I got what I could from the connection, yeah, I try to stand alone and have real different ideas than things I've seen other places, and I mean, I guess there's so many stories written so much that anybody could take any probably one thing a writer writes and they could probably say, oh, that reminds me of so-and-so. But I take great umbrage. I did have somebody do a review on Amazon and they said, oh, this story he wrote, he must have read this book to get this idea. And I knew the author, but I had never read that book. And it was like, if you see that, if you see me do it, it's me, So
very cool. All right. We're going to go to something that I'm sure you're extremely familiar with, working in fantasy and things of that sort. We're going to go over to the topic of world building.
Okay.
All right. So give us a little bit of an idea of how you would create, and we're talking from the fantasy genre, how you would go about creating a world based on zombies, as far as and talk about it with world building. The reason why I'm asking you it like that is because usually zombies do not enter into fantasy. Most of them are like a particular area, things like that. There's a very firm, already built idea of what's the structure et cetera, for that particular apocalyptic world. When it comes to, though, fantasy, I'm pretty much under the impression that you have to design your own world for it and your own rules. So how do you go about doing that?
Yeah, great question. So as far as the zombie world building, I've really got two directions I've went with that. The Hellgate stands alone, and in that, of course, the Western fantasy setting, I didn't really see the traditional kind of Walking Dead kind of zombie being spread by a plague to really work. So in Hellgate, they're a magical creation of the Warlocks Guild. And of course, Hellgate, Montana is about a guy who hunts unnatural, is what I call them, unnatural creatures, zombies, vampires, that kind of stuff. But zombies in that one are creation. Then actually in Kinemorphophobia, and I actually co-wrote that with my friend John Reed, and he wrote several different stories, but my stories did have a consistent theme, even though they weren't like related to each other than kind of the setting, which was I kind of ran with the standard zombie myth or mythology, which is there's some kind of help me, like a virus or something like that. Of course, in that setting, I tried to humor, and so in that setting, my zombie plague was actually engineered by Al Qaeda, and it was slipped into. I hate to give. I want people to buy the book, so I have to tell you everything that's in the book. But so it was slipped into breast implants and Botox, and that's how it's got injected into society. So that's why I hit California so hard first. And Al Gore was one of my patient zeros in that book. And anyway, I find that really funny. Again, there's that stupid dark humor, and but so even creating different kind of zombie worlds, there is a different. I have a thought process, and so even before the writing began, I had in my head how this got to this point. In Hellgate, I did the same thing with vampires, of course. And what I usually do is when I create a world that has zombies or has vampires, I generally don't go to current stuff for my inspiration. I go back to what I would consider source material. So like on zombies, my source material is Night of the Living Dead. So that's where I kind of go back to. And then like for vampires, I go back to Count Dracula and a lot of the original kind of myths for that. And then I kind of work my own myth. One of my issues with vampires is kind of the way modern vampire mythology would go. Everybody would end up being vampires and there'd be nothing left to eat. So I really struggle with the idea that just a couple bites will, turn people into a vampire, and then they turn people, and then they turn people.
Right.
And pretty soon it's, it's like Amway salesmen. Everybody sells Amway. There's nobody left to buy.
Yeah, that's yeah. I enjoy the fact that people take different kinds of ideas of how to turn someone. Now, for me, the way that I would do it is I would turn them with a glass of wine. I'm not going to tell you what I do to the wine, but I would turn them with a glass of wine. Okay, there's no biting. You don't know what that person's been next to. You don't know what kind of viruses that person has on them. And we got, dead skills. I'm thinking of my dead door, who is supposed to be on show tonight and is missing currently. We have dead skin cells. We have all of this other stuff, plus the things that are environmental. And by the time my vampires are being turned over, it is thousands and thousands of years ahead of this time. So we have to be a little bit more cautious with who we turn and how we do it. So go ahead.
Yeah, again, our connection's bad. You cut out like partway through that. I caught part of that. So I can't really answer that question very well, but the mythology really matters to me in the writing, in that,
right.
Of course, when you're writing fantasy or you're writing supernatural, there's always gonna be somebody, it's like a superhero one. I mean, no matter what you do, that's not really realistic, but I try to get as close as I can to a plausible explanation, given there will be a suspension of disbelief in that writing. So
right.
I hope, given the choppiness of what you said, I got where you want to go.
When you are writing in a particular genre, why is it so important to pay attention to the tropes that are already in place? Why is it important to do that?
So the one word I missed to that whole thing was what was important that you asked me. What was the one thing you asked me that was important to not miss?
The trope, you know, like particular things that are important elements of that particular genre. Why is it important to keep those, even if you are trying to make a fusion of different kinds of genres in a book?
Okay, so if I got that, you know, how that kind of comes together, I think is what you're asking me, and how you make that a believable thing, right?
Yes.
That's my words of what you said. Okay.
Yes.
I think part of it goes back to what we originally talked about, which was understanding enough of what you're doing, and bringing enough research and realism without, I think you can go overboard. Friend of mine, he was writing a book, and he got a hold of me, and he said, hey, where do I get a map of, it was like Paris or somewhere like that. I need a map of the sewers from like the 1300s. And I go, well, you know, sewers followed streets, and do you really need a map? No, I want to make it realistic. And he got so bogged down in trying to find this map of these sewers. I said, you know, if you understand the basics of how sewers were laid out in medieval cities, do you really need a map of it? And he was just hell-bent on finding that. So I think you can go too far overboard. For Hellgate, I did go over to university over in Missoula, and I spent a day looking at maps and did a lot of research. My character carries a gun. I bought a book about that type of gun, so I really understood that gun inside and out. I should have probably just bought a replica of the gun, might have made it easier. But, you know, so it's how do you bring enough of that realism into it? Or in even a fantasy story, have you done enough research on the armor? Have you done enough research on the weapons? Have you done enough research on, even in a magical fantasy world, it's still a medieval setting, and so there's certain medieval things about transport and food, and so you either have to bring in the real ideas from our real world, or you have to have a magical way to kind of skate past that. So in empires, people can create light magically. So actually candles are very expensive, because you don't need to buy that. Any person can make light. Anybody can use magic. So I think it's finding those, and sometimes you can probably go overboard. You don't have to explain every single detail of everything. You leave that to the reader. But those big concepts are explained away enough that people it doesn't mess up their disbelief. I was watching the new Lethal Weapon series the other night. I don't know if you've had a chance to see it. It's actually pretty good. I was pretty skeptical, because those are such iconic characters and such an iconic series of movies. And so I was watching the last one. It was the last one I had taped that I watched. And so the woman falls off this character who's introduced that night. She falls off the building, and Riggs dives and catches her, and they sail through the air across the alley and go through this window in the building across the street. It was so violated every law of physics and every law of gravity, that I went, damn, you know, I said it out loud. I was like, what the hell was that? It's so implausible that it really, and I mean, I know, you know, you're talking about that kind of series is pretty implausible anyway, because there's so many bullets flying, and the bad guys are the worst shots ever, and the good guys are, you know, but still, there's that moment that drives me nuts, and that's the moment that's like, you had me. You did something that totally violated the laws of physics for him to dive, carry her across the street. I mean, that was like superhero moment, and it's like, you screwed it up for me. I'm still watching. It's still been, if you haven't checked out the new Lethal Weapon series, it's still pretty good. Nothing will ever be what the movies were, but it's still pretty good. So yeah, I try to avoid those moments where
I'm going to tell you this. You remembered that, and now other people are going to know that, and they might actually watch it just to see that, so they can see what you saw. You know, so it works. That was totally, you know, something that you felt in there was totally off, but apparently it stuck with you, and you're talking about it, because you could have picked anything else. You see what I mean?
Yeah. So I do, and I there's other moments, and I know when we've talked before, when I've been on, the thing that drives me crazy about any book is or any series or whatever is the fact, it's kind of, I call it the Batman syndrome. I mean, maybe it has a real name, that's what I call it. It's when the character just keeps pulling things out of his pockets that you didn't know he had, and that solves the problem. And
Yeah,
that drives me absolutely crazy. I hate that.
all right. So I'm going to talk to you about something
It's that
hopefully
same
that
thing.
I'm going to talk to you about something that hopefully doesn't drive you crazy. How important is the role of dialogue? We talked a lot about environment. We
Oh,
talked a
okay.
lot about research and things of that sort. But how important is the role of dialogue? See, the way that I see it is this: the integrity and the truth contained in the dialogue is what ultimately draws the audience into the narrative. And it's very important to make sure that you do not have these micro Superman kinds of episodes when you're trying to get people to really connect to the dialogue.
Dialogue's something. I mean, I don't know. It's hard being a writer to think you're really good at everything. I try really hard with dialogue. I think it's something a lot of struggle with. I write and I read it back and I talk it out as I'm typing it, and then I go back through and I talk it out. My friend Jody, a lot of times we've sat down and read through books, and so. For me, the dialogue, if you can read it and make it sound conversational, it's probably an okay dialogue. I've struggled, like Hellgate was one I struggled with, because there comes a point with this writing thing, and if a person's watching as a new writer, there will come a point where you get multiple opinions and they will be totally opposite on everything, and then you just have to kind of pick a direction and go. And so in Hellgate, some people say, oh, you never write out you never spell it like the accent, because you should be able to communicate that in the writing. Other people say, no, that's a cool tool, that if you're writing in an accent, there's just no win sometimes. You just got to pick a direction and go for it. I did go back through Hellgate and I cleaned some of that up. I didn't make his accent the y'alls, and my main character kind of has this kind of drawl where his speech is real specific, and then other characters in the book, of course, the more formally educated spoke totally different, so you can compare those side by side. But yeah, that's kind of one of those things. I just try to make it conversational. The one I don't struggle with, I got the Chronicles of Dorian Christensen Nephilim, which published by Gorillas with Scissors Press. So my sidekick character is a demon who learned English by being captured, and he watched Jersey Shore, which is actually a show I've never written. I've never written. I've never watched, but I know what it is because I reads a lot of stuff about it. So his accent is, I tried to create this like Jersey accent to justify, and he's kind of my comedy relief in that story of the mob enforcer beating people up, my demon sidekick. But yeah, so I did have somebody say, that accent really threw me the way I'm not going to try to do a Jersey accent. So some people won't won't take that kind of dialogue very well, but you try to do your best and you run with it. You're not gonna make everybody happy, but try to make it conversational. That's what I try to do.
How important is it to write what you like and not necessarily follow what the audience wants you to write?
Well, I mean, you have to, if you want any commercial viability at all, and you have to at least find a point where it's tolerable. And that's, and I guess that's the thing I'm always trying to find, is just, hey, even if I'm kind of going my direction with this, can people swallow this enough that they're okay? And I don't know, there was a point, but part of that is research, I guess, and part of it's smoothing it to the point you're like, okay, this will fly. And then, I do on all my indie stuff, I hire a professional editor to go through it, and I tell her, be brutal. I want you to be brutal. I want this to be the best thing it can be. I generally don't argue with editors. I usually try to be, hey, if you're, of course, in that case, that's a person I hire and I pay out of pocket. But like working with Gorillas with Scissor Press, or even when I worked with Bermuded, I don't want to get into it with the editor. They're trying to make this a better product. And honestly, if I was the best at that kind of stuff, I could probably edit it myself and get where I needed to go. That's my weak point when I write. My 7th grade English teacher truly, thought I was developmentally delayed because I had such a problem diagramming sentences and stuff like that. And it's funny in retrospect. As a child, I took that really hard, but it's something I've always struggled with, and I probably always will. So I don't trust my own round 1, round 2 drafts. I have always run it by people who are professionals with more education than me, who are good at that kind of stuff. So yeah, I don't mind reading something where the person is written in an accent, though. It doesn't bother me.
All right. So let's see. Where am I going to take you from here? What has been one of the biggest obstacles that you have had to overcome within the last year concerning your writing?
Okay, so the last word of the sentence concerning my writing is what you said, right?
Mm-hmm. What is one of the biggest obstacles that you've had to overcome within the last year concerning your writing? Whether it be actually the process of writing or things that happen that stop you from doing writing, like life in general.
Yeah, no, what a tough question. So this is really funny, of course. Then you and I are friends on Facebook. I don't know how much you stalk my page and look at what I write. I switched jobs last August, and I went from a nonprofit I had worked in 26 years, that I had blood, sweat, and tears in that place. But the last couple of years, working for the person I worked for, she was really hard to work for, and so that's where a lot of my writing was my outlet. So I would have these really lousy days at my job, and I worked, and it's a tough job working with kids with emotional and behavioral difficulties anyway, but that was never my big stressor, was never the kids. It was always the adults and the administrators, and I would come home pissed off, and my writing was my outlet. So last August I switched to a new job working in a correctional facility with kids, and it's like the most fabulous job. It was like the job I feel I was born to do, and it is really, and I haven't told a lot of these people, so here we are. It has really stunted my writing because I don't come home pissed off all the time, and so it's
Interesting.
a lot of my writing is fueled by anger, and
wow.
Yeah, so my writing has really slowed down. I could turn around a book in about 4 months before. And I'm not writing that fast. It's hard to be. I mean, and my goal is every day to scratch away a little bit. But I mean, I used to be able to crank out 1,000, 1,500 words a day easy, and I'm struggling right now. I mean, I'm moving forward, but very slowly. I got 3 real cool projects I'm working on. The Chronicle of the Dorian, and then I'm working on A New Mists, and I'm working on the next in the series of Empires, and it's going slow because I just am very happy. My life is going pretty well right now, and that's so funny. The things in life are going really well, and I have a great job that makes me very happy, but my writing has suffered, so I'm not willing to quit this really cool job that I'm in love with, where we're doing such great work with kids, to go back to the place where we were doing good work with kids, but the administrator sucked. So yeah, that's been my big obstacle. I am eminently distractible. I haven't had a cat jump up here yet tonight. I was afraid that might happen. So I do sometimes, and I do better. And you and I have talked in the past about how much I love music. If I just sit, music, no TV, close the blinds, I do get more done. But that kind of discipline is kind of hard. The last couple months have been hard. I've had a lot of people die around me, friends and family and stuff. So the last couple months that's probably taken away from it. And my mind's in a lot of other places, I guess, far away in Montana and places. My mind wanders to other places. So yeah, but the job is the thing I've identified. I haven't told a lot of people that, because you always, as a writer, you have people like, oh, when's the next one coming? When's the next one coming? I'm working on it. And I'm working very slow because life is going really well right now. So it's kind of backwards, probably from what a lot of people would think.
I have one more question that I want to ask you. I'm hoping that we'll have enough time for you to answer it before I have to bounce you for the next
boot me.
My next victim. Yes. Was there ever a character with whom you had a conflict or were discomforted with in portraying because of a philosophical difference?
I honestly, I mean, I guess there's always good guys, bad guys. The main characters are a lot of times an extension of me, and that, if you've read my stuff, that might be a bad thing, because like the sidekick demon in Dorian says a lot of really politically incorrect things, and somebody said, wow, that it sounds like all the things you think but probably don't say, and I'm like, yeah, that's very true. So no, I really don't. And they're just characters. I mean, there's been times I've written and I've cried when I've killed a character. I mean, but yeah, no, I don't. I think I stay divorced enough from that. So, but there's pieces of me in everything. So when you hear this character doing smart ass comments, that's what I think, and I don't tell people, So no, I don't think so.
All right, so we have gotten to that point now where I want to ask you if there is anyone with whom you would like to give a shout out to for being extremely supportive of you, or being a mentor, or any of that, anything. If you have, go ahead and do that
Oh,
now.
sure. Yeah, I have a couple. Jody is my good friend, and she's all. And anytime I have a dedication to a book, it usually has her name. She's the one who kept me writing. I actually had given up writing at one point, and she's the one who sent Hellgate to Permuted the day before Thanksgiving, and that Monday they had accepted that manuscript. And I had actually told her, and I don't know if I've ever told you this, but I'd actually said, I'm done with this crap. I'm not going to write anymore. I can't sell this stuff. I had sold a couple short stories that people didn't pay up. I was pissed off. And so Jody's kept me going. I always thank Amy and Sarah, who, when I wrote their first Empires, they said, this is rough, but you need to keep going because you got something here. And just there's a lot of different people. Sarah Hendricks has done a lot of editing, and she takes me on as a charity case and is willing to really, her time is probably worth way more than I pay her for what she does for me. But, and there's just been Lisa Vasquez has done my covers, and she's really went above and beyond on those and really I'm truly busted her ass to make the best covers for the teensy amount of money I pay her to do that. So yeah, people like that, and then, just the cool thing about the writing thing is I've met lots of really cool people I probably would have never met. I've met a few total turkeys, but that's part of the business too, So
yeah, you're gonna run into all kinds of people. There's the 10% rule that I talk about very often, where these people are just complete putzes, and you need to stay away from them because there's nothing you can do to be able to change their mind, because they know everything. And then there are the the rest of the folks that are very interested in what you have to say and how you go about doing it, and they enjoy watching your journey as you become more and more deeper into. I've got my co-host trying to get in here, and he's having an issue with not being able to get into. I'm just having
seems like the night for it.
one of those interesting days. Let's see. I need you to go and give me your your social media. Go ahead and do that.
Oh, sure, you bet. You can find me on Facebook. If you just, my name is Al Halsey, last name spelled Halsey. If you just run me in Facebook, there's Al Halsey fan page. I'd love it if you find that. And then I do the Twitter thing, and it's Al Halsey1 on Twitter. If you're looking for something heavy, political rants, I don't do any of that. I post pictures of cats and animals, and I talk about my writing and sometimes other writers. So I don't do anything heavy. And same thing with my Facebook page. So that's probably the two places that's easiest to find me. I also try to be active in the Gorillas with Scissors Press. They're a fine, tiny publisher that's putting out really cool stuff. So all different kinds of genres of stuff, including like smushy romance stuff that I don't write. But if you find that Gorillas with Scissors Press, they have a good, they're on the internet, they're on Facebook. Great people who could really use your support. A lot of indie authors. They're just up and coming, writing really neat stuff. And I guess the one thing I'd like to say, I know my time's out, is we're coming into a tough season. If you go to the website, suicidology.org, it talks about how to recognize the signs and symptoms of depressed people who are thinking about suicide. How to ask the suicide question is a very preventable type of death. And we all need to know more about the people around us who suffer silently and how to help those things. And I appreciate you letting me give that plug.
Thank you very much. Is there a website or some such they can go to if they need to, or a phone number you want to give?
I don't actually have, I don't have that. If you go to that suicidology.org and just Google that, or suicide help in Google, the resources will come up and numbers will come up. And a lot of times sometimes your states will have their numbers. I'm in Idaho, but there are certain local services. There's crisis hotlines. I would encourage you. Usually, all you have to do is Google it, and you'll find something. So like I said, I don't sell anything. I don't. It's a preventable kind of death. We should all work to understanding better. And there's a lot of people around us who suffer silently, and they could use. We need to know the symptoms of that so we can get them help.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. You did a great job. Look at you.
Well, I appreciate it.
First
I'm so
time.
sorry about the technical difficulties.
Hey, well, we figured it out and we got you on. Thank you so much for coming on. How do you say your last name, please?
Halsey.
All right, Mr. Halsey, thank you so much for coming on to Zombiepalooza Radio live on YouTube. Please like, share, subscribe to our YouTube channel because we could use all the help that we could possibly get. We're trying to push this into a higher venue, and we can use every like, click, and share. Also, Zombiepalooza Radio live on Facebook. Please like and share all of that fun stuff. If you really enjoyed what Al had to say this evening, go ahead and plug your Facebook page one more time before we boot to the next hour.
Sure, it's Al Halsey, author on Facebook, and my last name is spelled Halsey, and you can also find me on Amazon, just Al, A-L, and then Halsey. I don't write under a pen name. That's my name, Halsey, and you can find me.
Very cool. All right, thank you so much.
Thanks, Jackie.
You are more than welcome to stick around, or you can go and find the red courtesy phone button and click on it to be able to leave call. We are.
Thank you so much.
Now, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
We are now. I love that guy. He's awesome. Another guy that I think is completely and totally awesome, and I'm so thrilled that he was able to get his stuff working, is Giles Shepherd. Thank you so much for being able to put up with whatever we had to do to get you on this call. I have to, though, real quick introduce Dead Door William, who finally made it to call. And so, hello, Dead Door. How are you? Is everything good over there? I have to test the sounds out, make sure everything's working. Go ahead, Dead Door. Dead Door. I have no sounds on you, Dead Door, so I don't know what's going on, but see if we can find your voice so we can move things along, okay? All right, cool. See you in hopefully a few. All right, we are now on second hour, and we are with a very dear friend of ours, Giles Shepherd. Giles, come on and talk to us about who you are and what it is you create, and then we're going to talk about film.
Hi there, Jackie. Can you hear me
Hi.
okay?
I can.
Great.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Giles Shepherd, also known as the DeVille on the internet. And that gets one of these, of course. Lately, I've been directing movies, producing from default because I couldn't find anybody that wanted to do it, and now I know why. And I like to edit. I've edited a lot of other things besides just my stuff. I did it for a living for a little while. So.
All right. I'm looking for your email that you sent me. Dun, dun, dun. And, okay. All right. So talk about your most recent film that you have while I go to dig up your information. There you are. I didn't recognize the email.
Okay.
All right, go ahead. Talk about yes, your latest film that you have completed.
That I'm working on completing at the moment, actually.
I was wondering if you were going to talk about Ace the Zombie or No More Forgiveness, or like I said, the one that you most recently completed.
Okay, my own full-length feature film that is complete is called Ace the Zombie. And you know how they say sometimes mistakes or failures are a blessing in disguise.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it turns out that I still own the copyright to the movie. So it comes as part of the package with my latest one that I'm still working on post-production with.
All right, give me an idea for people who are new to you and to this film, Ace the Zombie. Talk to us about what the premise is and the different kinds of things that go on in this particular film, which is very cool. I've seen it.
Oh, well, thank you.
Mhm.
Well, I was having a conversation with my son, and I said, you know, I sure would like to direct a movie. He said, what about? And I said, well, zombies. He said, scary or funny? I said, both. He said, well, let me see what I can do. So he started working on it, and he came up with a pretty good idea for the story, which is that a guy gets bitten by a zombie, and then when he's taken to the zombie control facility, he overhears a conversation and learns that they're trying to come up with a reason, an excuse to exterminate all the zombies, even though they're given Zomcom and they're basically peaceful and slave-like, sort of after what is it, Shaun of the Dead?
Mhm.
We see him at Kmart and stuff. That's about anyway. So he got his friend Pat Bell involved in it, and they came up with about 75 pages worth of really good dialogue and in pretty much a script form, but it still needed more. And so Ray had a friend named Darcy Fox, who was married to Rob Fox, who you've had on the show before. He's a zombie novelist.
Yes.
And he got involved, and it was his first, I believe, hopefully I'm getting this right, but it was his first attempt at writing a screenplay. And I guess he had read enough and studied enough, and he came up with a really good screenplay. And then my daughter-in-law gave it the final pass and fixed everything. You know how guys will write sometimes girls' dialogue, and it sounds like a guy trying to write girls' dialogue?
Yes.
Yeah, well, everybody involved admitted that that was the case, and she went over it and actually rearranged a couple of the scenes, and wow, I wish I'd have thought of that. Yeah, that's
Why is it so important to make sure that the dialogue connects with the character so that the audience will understand better about where you're trying to go?
the dialogue has to be not just part of the story, but part of the person. That person actually has to be that character, and it has to sound natural, like they're just coming up with it, like you and I are having this conversation right now.
You have a lot of things that are in the background of Ace the Zombie that are fixtures and different kinds of objects that are in the background. Did you do that on purpose? That way, I know that maybe might sound like a silly question, but some of the things that you have in the background are very important to know that they're there. When you're first doing the first run through with Ace the Zombie, of course, you're pretty much fixated on the characters, but those placements in the scenery are pretty cool. How did you go about doing it? Was it done on purpose, or did you methodically think about what kinds of things you wanted to have in the scenes?
Well, we deliberately looked for places that would be suitable as is, or that would need very little modification. And then me, along with Ace Talking Wolf and a couple of other people, came up with some specific props. And I actually went online and pulled up everybody in the crew and a few of the cast members' Facebook pictures and put them on missing and wanted reward posters. Have you seen this person? There's one of Stevie. There's one of Mike Gal. My daughter-in-law's on there. My ex-wife is on there.
Ooh.
Yeah, a couple places where you can deliberately see that damn, that's a script. If you're looking for, oh wow, that character's actually, working off of the script. Holy shit. Or there it is laying on the floor over there along with a styrofoam cup or a water bottle that shouldn't be in the shot.
Yeah.
There's a few things that we didn't plan on, like you can see a reflection of a tripod in one of the windows in the zombie control facility if you're looking for it.
It's very cool. I am not going to say anything else about that film with that content because you got to watch it. There are a number of different placements and different scenes. You are just you're really going to enjoy that film. So let's talk about No More Forgiveness.
Okay. That was based on a short story by Rob Fox. He wrote the screenplay for it too. And it was directed by my friend Bruce Downs, who's been on your show before also. And he played a couple of characters, and he wore many hats helping me with Ace's Zombie, and he was my AD and many other jobs on this latest one I'm working on too. But that was his first really major, wow, this turned out good. It's actually been shown on, PBS has a special where they show short films that are made in Atlanta. I think it's called Atlanta Shorts or something like that. They showed it on there a couple of times.
Awesome.
It was shown at this Getting Acted that we have in Atlanta, which is a pretty big industry mixer that they have every month or every other month. And it's about a guy who he finds out that his wife is going to have a baby, and he goes out with the fellas to celebrate. And what do you think happens? But anyway, she's her ghost haunts him throughout the thing, and yeah, it's really good. It's like 20 minutes long. Anybody that wants a copy of it, maybe Bruce still has the DVD. It's worth it. I mean, it's packed full of stuff. It's got a director's commentary where the three directors, the director, the assistant director, me, and Maury Gordon, the director of photography, commentary. And it's kind of like MS3TK, is it? MST?
Yes.
Yeah, where you see, and I put like a little box, like the little talk box where
that's cool.
you're seeing me, yeah, or you're seeing yourself probably on your screen in the little box. We were that size on the screen superimposed. And
I got I see everybody on here. So my screen, because I'm the one that set this thing up, I get to see everybody going. All right, so we have one more that is in post-production right now. I don't want you to give out a whole lot about it, but it is called Atlanta Vampire Movie. Do you have any idea when this will be a complete wrap?
Well, every deadline, every projected date I've given so far has blown by. And I know it's definitely going to be next year. But, well, I guess that answered that question. There's still,
all right.
Yeah, there's a lot of special effects. The really important ones that we're still working on. Got a couple guys working on there, and it's quite a process trying to get something done, especially when it's volunteer work and people are wedging in between their real jobs. They do this for real, and they're doing it just because they love the project and want to help this crazy guy get this movie finished.
Can you give me a little bit of the plot, or maybe not the plot line? Give me a little bit of the premise of Atlanta Vampire Movie. Give me something to sink my teeth into.
Okay, you got the four good guy vampires. One of them named Carmela works at a bar, and she accidentally cut her finger and got blood in the drinks of these three patrons, and they become the new vampires. And the old vampires are mad at her for turning them into vampires. How careless of you. How could you do such a thing? Blah, blah, blah. No, I'm not taking them in. So the four of them form the new vampires. And then you got Eddie Van Helsing, who's hot on their trail. He can blaze on the guitar, and he can stake the vampires, by golly, Eddie Van Helsing. And I play a priest. Let's see, who else? Craig Murphy plays Giles LeBeau. I don't know where they came up with the name Giles, but okay.
I don't know any Giles. Do you know any Giles?
Anyway,
are they trying to tell you something?
Maybe, but he has this preoccupation with himself. Let's say that it's at least PG-13, and some parts of the R. Real inappropriate for The Office, but he's in there by himself. So what do you think?
Very cool. Very cool. All right. So I want to talk to you a little bit about.
Sorry, Jackie. Wiley McCain wrote that.
Oh, all right.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead one more time and say that, because my sounds have been cutting in and out. My here too. Who wrote the screenplay for Atlanta Vampire Movie?
Okay, it was written by one of Bruce Down's friends from work, actually. He's written several screenplays before, but his name is Wiley McCain.
All right, thank you for that. And a couple of shout outs for Wiley McCain for writing Atlanta Vampire Movie. I have known you for a number of years now. I wouldn't say like know the inner workings of Giles, but I've seen you be very, very excited. I've seen you kind of be mellow. I've seen you being very less than enthused, and I'm absolutely thrilled that you continue to not give up on your passion and your film work and pursuing this indie dream that you have. What is one of the things that you have learned about yourself over these past few years when it comes to being a creative?
That it's got to be the driving force behind you doing it, or it'll never get done.
And don't give up, right?
Exactly.
There are a lot of things that indie people have to deal with, not only just the creative side of how to put something together, but there is life, real life that goes on around you, and not everything always goes as smoothly as what we'd like it to. Talk about, though, to people who do share your vision, but end up getting hung up on particular things where it doesn't go as smoothly as what it should. What do you do as a producer to be able to help keep that momentum going instead of having it all implode?
First of all, try to remember to breathe, and remember that worrying about something doesn't solve anything. And instead, you should call it contemplating, because you'll generally come up with an answer, or you'll tell somebody else about it. In the case with Bruce, he's bailed me out of more jams than I could mention. It's always with the help of friends.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do anything by yourself.
Right. I've had some creatives on that feel that if they bring anybody else into the project, that it is just going to take on a different kind of feel to it, and they don't end up getting the project going anywhere because they've got that singular mindset. I've also had people that have brought on a bunch of people to a project, and it kind of still does the same kind of thing. It just doesn't go anywhere. A lot of talk about it, but it's not very productive. One of the things that I have learned from you is that when you're not working on a particular project, that you get something else going. If one is not moving in the way that you need it to at that moment in time, so that you don't stop the creative process to go ahead and start on another project. Why is that important for the creative to do?
I don't start on anything that's going to take any huge amount of time until I get done with my major project. I might pull away to help somebody move one day, or somebody else needs me on set for a couple of days. Fine, yeah, I'll come and tell you how I did it, how I saved money or whatever. I don't mind that, but I'm not going to get involved in another full-length movie, or not even a short. I didn't even do the 48-hour film festival because I'm trying to put all my efforts into getting this movie done. And plus, I'm renovating my house and getting ready to move, and everything's all underfoot. And it's crazy, but just gotta keep plugging away. And those things I didn't have a choice about.
All right. All right. Okay. Talk about the importance of soundtracks when it comes to film, how the soundtrack helps to move the pacing along of the film.
Well, ideally, if you notice the soundtrack at all, it's because it makes you feel a certain way. Like sometimes it can be so good it'll bring you to tears. Sounds like a, let's see, Star Wars, Indiana Jones, Star. Sounds unlikely that it could bring you to tears, but it kind of does me. Well, the music is in there to make you feel a certain way, like to make you feel anxious or to make you feel that love story, or to make you feel the comedy even. It's used to punch up comedy. Music is the perfect thing to go along with a movie, and you combine that with the perfect Foley where you hear all the little clothes rustles and the people walking, talking in the background that aren't recorded on the set. They're added later. And I've got a guy named Steve Lee at the Hollywood Radiophonic Laboratory. There's his shout out. And he's doing the soundtrack on the latest one, and he was the sound effects wrangler, provided me with a lot of sound effects for Ace of Zombie. That's another thing that's so cool about it. It's got, I guess, enough times allotted now, and nobody's going to get upset if I say, but like sound effects that were recorded for Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark, machine guns, and the I forget what it's called, the something of God, where all the people's faces are melting. That's an Ace of Zombie. I've got screams from what was it with Fay Ray? King Kong, the original one, black and white, back in 1931, was it? Whenever it was a talkie. I've got screams from that movie, and the Wilhelm scream. That he has a whole webpage dedicated to the Wilhelm scream. Yeah, it was a motif, just and if there was a question about which way to go, it's always over the top. If you have to ask, it's not over the top enough.
All right, so your film, going back to Ace the Zombie, has won 2 Best of awards. Talk about the awards that this film has won.
Okay, it was actually entered into a lot of different festivals, and a lot of where it was just going to, okay, sure, man, you can show my movie. They just wanted to show it as a thing at their event. I said, okay, fine. But somebody didn't even get laurels. But can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Say it again.
Do you have a headset on? Did you find one?
Yeah. Okay, earbuds.
Okay, it keeps cutting in and out, but that's okay. You go. You're fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, anyway, so it didn't fit into every festival, but even the ones that I got selected in, not all of them sent laurels. But I did end up winning it, or we, I should say, did end up winning in 2 categories at 2 different festivals. We got Best Atlanta Horror Film at the Atlanta Horror Film Festival.
Mm-hmm.
They had better national submissions, and I had to go up against them. There were some pretty good things we were up against, but I was right happy with that best one from Atlanta, because there were some good ones from Atlanta too. And also at the Ancient City Con in Florida, we got best feature film. Yeah.
All right, so
Which we were happy.
they're accomplishments. There are a lot of people that create works, and they do everything they possibly can to be able to get these things into film festivals, and then the biggest thing is whether or not they're going to win or not. And it is it's something that I have only got to see once at a convention just recently, getting to talk with these creatives who have these projects, and it's very exciting for them. It's very numbing for them, because they don't know how the people are going to react to it. And one of the things that really just excites them is to see the audience watch what they produce. So in these film situations where you have won awards, have you been able to be in the audience to watch how people are receiving your work?
I wasn't able to go to the one in Florida, but I did go to the Atlanta Horror Film Festival, and I did, I guess, about a 10-minute opening introduction to it, and how we don't hold it against the film, but we spent $6,000 on it for a full-length feature with an original soundtrack played by an orchestra, the whole works. $6,000 is unheard of. Robert Rodriguez did it for $7,000. He was all proud of that. So
Wow. That's
yeah.
all right. Let's talk a little bit about how you raised the money to be able to get this film into production and get it finished so that it could be shown at film festivals. What did you need to do?
You're talking about Ace of Zombie, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, before I got the crowdfunding going, I sold my car and the gold jewelry that I had at the time, my gun collection, and a few antiques that I had, and raised, I think, a little over $2,000. Then I got crowdfunding going, and a couple of people in the production stepped up and would wish to remain anonymous, but a certain person who's my cameraman, and his initials are Rory Gordon, drove by my house and gave me the $400 I needed so we could buy this one location. The only place that was going to charge us, but it was a zombie control facility in that real prison.
Oh.
Lexington glass, all
Yeah.
scratched up, names carved in it and stuff. Yeah, we paid $650. He brought $400 by my house and said, "Here, that's more than I need." Actually, I said, "I got this much. Keep it. You're gonna need it." It makes my heart feel good to know that I've got such good friends.
That's really cool. That's part of
it does. You just wow.
Yeah, part of what is really cool about all of that is that you get to see the passion of the individual for what they're doing. They're literally all into getting this thing created, and that you don't get to see very often. Sometimes, though, it can go very, very much awry where you put a lot of financial into it and it still doesn't do what you need it to do, and then it makes it extremely more frustrating to be able to have the thing taken care of. All right, so we've talked about a little bit about some of the frustrations about the creative process. How do you go about making sure that you still stay connected into the process while you're waiting for something to be able to go to the next level?
You mean, how do I stay in touch with the people that are working on it?
No, how do you stay in touch with your creative side while you're waiting for the project to go to the next level, where you're waiting on people to either do something for it or to push it to a film festival or something like that? What do you do to stay creative?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm always making plans and think about the next project or projects. I don't ever, I can never say I'm bored. Never. You hear people say that, and you see that as, "Oh, I'm so bored." Why? I don't understand that, because I'm always thinking about the next thing and trying to remain positive, which is, every day you have to remind yourself. All I have to do is be thankful. Not that hard of a thing to do, but.
All right, so let's see what else we're going to pull from here.
I read books about filmmaking, and I watch a lot of movies, so I try to stay brushed up on it.
All right, so here we're going to talk about the technical side of film, creating the film process. You also do a lot of work in the editing department. Talk to me about some of the things that you have learned from your film experience about editing.
Well, you cut on the action or you cut on the look. And by action, there's several different places. Like if somebody's going through a door, usually they start opening the door and then it finishes opening as they're coming in from the other side, or they go in and as the door closes, then it's when it cuts to the other side. You can almost predict it, you know, especially if you've seen the first few minutes of the movie, and you can predict how the rest of the cuts are going to go, because people have a tendency to use one style or the other. So I try to change it up so that, I thought it was, make it a little different so you can't always anticipate what's going on. Try to create suspense, and that's where music comes in a lot of times, and sound effects, like for the jumps, you know, and it was nothing. You know, build it up with suspense, and then there's the jump, and then it turns out to be, it wasn't the monster after all. Then the monster comes. Especially in a comedy. I don't know. Somebody told me that comedies are supposed to be the hardest one, and I said, well, it's a good thing I didn't know that.
Talk about.
It's all about timing.
That's good, Jay. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. A little wet, but I'm doing good.
Dor, do you have some questions for our guests?
Have you thought about distribution? And if you have, how do you go through the process of doing distribution?
Well, I have some lofty plans this time around, because I don't just have this one movie. I have a whole portfolio. I have 2 actual full-length movies and 21 sync films, which are. Do you want me to launch into it? Explain what it is?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and talk about what you have here.
Okay. Sync movies are when you take a usually classic movie and you replace the movie dialogue with a rock and roll album that has similarities that seem to be uncanny. Like, for example, the most famous one, The Wizard of Oz, with Dark Side of the Moon as the soundtrack. The Cowardly Lion. One time, both times it says closer to death. He falls on his back. Just there's hundreds of things like that, and I've taken that same premise and applied it to other combinations. I was at one point selling 21 of those on the internet, and I don't want to brag about how much money I made, because that's, I don't want to get the hammer brought down on me, but I'm permanently banned from eBay and PayPal. That's the way they found to shut me down. I've had 3 cease and desist letters. They attempted to shut my website down one time, and I moved it to Malaysia. But I've never been prosecuted, and now I just kind of quit selling them, because I need to find somebody that's got connections and deep enough pockets that they can make it actually happen. Because it's perennial. It never goes away, and not all that many people worldwide have heard of it. The people that have heard of it thought I was awesome. The DeVille. So that's what I have to offer. It's something that nobody else. That's why I'm specifically seeking to meet with the Weinsteins, because they're very good at recognizing potential and making things happen.
All right. Talk to me about in a mindset of someone who is thinking about starting an indie film, who has a pretty good cast already, and is ready to be able to start doing production. Talk to me about working on a film and what kinds of things they should have in place before they actually start doing it. What are some of the most important things that they need to have before they start doing it?
Well, one of the most important things, and something I didn't do either time, is you should have some plan for what you're going to do with the final product. That's what is recommended, and everything else I've read, and I just didn't follow the directions. But you got to think about all the things that make what you would consider a Hollywood good. Casting, of course. It's got to be based on a really good, solid script. You got to have production design. You got to think about the wardrobe. Are you going to have makeup on for your characters? Do you need special effects? If you got visual effects, they're going to have to be done after the film is completed? Do you have that lined up? Because it's not that easy to get special effects, especially if you're trying to do an extremely low budget film where you get most everything for free. And it takes time. You either spend a lot of money on it or you spend a lot of time on it. It seems like this happened both times for me. A lot of times.
All right, so let's talk about film production as far as, you know, like some people, they use picture boards and things of that sort to be able to go from, you know, one scene to another. I'm assuming that you didn't necessarily use picture boards, but that you had some way to be able to frame out the shot for what you wanted to do from one thing to another. Talk about that process and talk about it in general, not necessarily for a particular film.
Okay. If you have films that have a lot of action, like say a Jason Bourne movie, you would almost certainly have to have, might as well say the whole thing storyboard. If you got something that's kind of a drama, comedy with a little bit of horror in it, like Ace of Zombie was, the action scenes and the shots that you're specifically looking for, like if you're trying to emulate say an Alfred Hitchcock shot, then you'd storyboard that so everybody can see that's what we're working on. Okay. And I don't spend a half an hour trying to explain it and still not get the result. So that's why you got to have a storyboard, or like a fight scene.
Right.
You got to at least have like a what do you call them, stick figures or something. And I've had a couple of good fight choreographers. So
Talk about the importance of being able to have fight choreographers and why it is important to be able to give as much realism as you possibly can to the film itself, in whether it be indie or professional house.
Well, that's unintentionally funny sometimes. You go back and look at some of the like movies from the 70s, and it's a terrible fight scene. You can tell that this didn't connect, the head didn't go back at the right time, or you got kicked and then they jumped. You know, oh man. So you need to have people looking out for that. A fight choreographer that can train your actors or the stunt people the exact, okay, this is what we're going to have, this is where the camera's going to be. And I was lucky enough at times to have somebody that could help me get a believable fight scene. With a little bit of comedy in there too, but potential. But the punch is really connected.
How do you go about finding the people that you need for your choreography and people that are like on set for like camera set development and things of that sort? What did you go about having to do?
I'm sorry, you broke up a little bit at that time.
What do you have to do to be able to find people to help you with either set or in having to deal with choreography or these kinds of things?
Okay. I went out on social media, which was Facebook, and also on Craigslist, and a couple of message boards like the Georgia Buzz or something like that. It's a Georgia Tech message board, places like that. And I said, soon to be famous indie zombie film, looking for a few brave souls to act and you know, do behind the camera work. And I got 2,000 emails just from that. And
Wow.
I set up 2 days. I set up Saturday as cast, and I found a couple of people early on that were pretty good at casting. Yeah, they've done casting before to help me. And then the next day we had crew. And if you couldn't get there one day, but you could the other, it was okay. You know, the crew become the cast day or the cast become the crew day. And we also had a zombie boot camp. And it attracted people. It got a lot of people excited. And the day that we needed a whole bunch of zombies, we had about 120 people in zombie makeup. It took, I may be wrong, but I think like 4 or 5 hours to get everything made up.
Who did the special effects on that?
Auntie Daniel and Ace Talking Wolf were in charge of it, and they had several. I wish I could remember their names off the top of my head. several people helping, and they recruited several people from the actors and extras that were just hanging around. Here, help us distress these clothes, you know, like with a razor blade, and rip up some t-shirts and jeans, and then roll in the dirt and get them all dirty looking, and that kind of stuff. It was a lot of fun. That's key to it. It's got to be fun. If you're not getting compensated any other way, then if it's not fun, what are you doing it for?
You have to really have something that you enjoy doing and be able to just really be totally excited about the project and the people that are around. It's got to have some meaning to it. Right now, my dog, which I told my children to leave outside, is in the house and getting into stuff, and is a very large distraction. So sorry about that. It's not the norm around here. What are some things that you use to be able to help your creative process along? I mean, do you have any kind of like websites? Do you go to a particular book? Do you have anything on YouTube or anything like that to be able to help you in the process of creating film?
Yeah, actually, when I'm trying to think of shots and I'm trying to imagine blocking in my head, there are a few books that I have. I guess if I should have written them down. But yeah, I do go to books on directing, books on editing, because you can't remember every single thing. You know, and the whole knowledge is spread out far. And every once in a while, you'll go back to a book. Oh yeah, I've forgotten all about that. That's a good idea. I'll use that.
All right, we're going to use this as a teachable moment. When guests come on to the show, it's really, really a good idea to have things that are like important to your craft to be written out, because I will tend to ask if there are any places or books or anything on the internet or anything that a particular person has of value to the creative, to be able to have a hand so that we can have that information for everybody. So in this case, what I'm going to have you do is on my page, Zombiepalooza Radio Live, Zombiepalooza Radio Live on Facebook, underneath the listing for everybody that was on the show tonight, what I would have you do is go ahead and drop off a couple of ideas for people who are interested in that particular, in the process of filmmaking, so that they can take a look at what you have discovered. That would be really cool, and we would appreciate that. Dead Door, do you have any questions for our guest? I know he heard me because he took his speaker off. If you're talking, Dee Dee, I don't hear you. This evening is going to be full of different kinds of things. Dee Dee, go ahead and sign out and just come back in again. All right. Let's see. What am I going to do? I'm going to go back over to your yeah, we did talk about copyright violations and things of that sort. It's really, really important. I know that it's kind of cool for some film creatives to be able to take like 5 to 10 second blurps out of a film that is rather popular. Hi, Dee Dee, and place it within the film, but it comes with a lot of caveats. Like even for this show here, we had a parody of a song that was created, and we weren't able to use it on the YouTube, even though it was a parody and the words were changed, the music line was still the same. And they said, sounds like something's trying to eat through the internet here. Where?
Yeah, I hear that.
It's coming from,
Giles.
yeah. I don't,
Interference on his side somewhere.
huh? Yeah,
There's
Giles,
some interference coming on his side.
Giles, there's a lot of interference that is coming from your side of things, and so I don't know what's changed, but yeah, it's horrible in my ear. Poor Giles. I think what you need to do is back out and then come back in, because we've also lost visual on him. I cannot hear you, and I don't want to, if I boot him, he won't be able to come back in.
Yeah.
And I'm still getting that in my ear. I need you to click out of that and come back in.
Your volume is down and we can't see you at all.
Mine is?
No. Giles.
Okay. I don't know, I just want the noise to stop, because that was like, ouch, in my ear.
Yeah.
All right, do we still have him, or is he gone?
He's still there. At least the picture's still there.
Technically, yeah, but I don't, do we have you or not have you?
I don't hear him anymore. So I don't know if he's trying to restart it or not.
All
Sorry
right,
for being late, but I was running from Florida, helping out down there and
you
trying
are
to
the,
keep
you are
Crutchy on
definitely,
the ground.
you're the humanitarian, you are a humanitarian.
You know
That's
how
why I love
funny
you.
it is seeing a squirrel kite?
No.
I had to put a leash on him to keep him on the ground.
Yeah, because he's just, what, like 6 pounds, all soaking wet?
Yeah, if that.
Oh my goodness gracious. All right, so, yeah,
But
we,
everybody be safe on the East Coast. Matthew is just beating the hell out of everybody up the East Coast.
is it, I haven't seen the latest report. Is it up where South Carolina is now, or is it past
It's
there?
hitting Virginia. I think it's hitting Virginia now. I just got something from a friend of mine, and he's flooded, and they don't usually flood. And he's in Portsmouth, Virginia. So
How far inland is he? Is he on the coast, or is he inland?
oh, he's inland.
Oh, so he's
Yeah.
not. So he's like, some of the storm surges they were talking about over there were anywhere between 3 to 9 feet, just in the.
Surf time.
Forget about the winds. Yeah, well, forget about the winds, but the water that comes in after all the winds and everything else go away. That's really what does the most damage to human life,
Yeah,
is people.
swells.
Yeah, well, people think, oh, the winds have stopped, and so it's okay. Well, not necessarily. I got to handle something. So, Dee Dee, what I want you to do is I want you to talk about your Facebook pages, and I want you to talk about people, how they can engage with Zombiepalooza Radio, and then a little bit about what is going to be happening next week and why next week is so special. I'll be right back.
Okay, next week, let's see. For me, you can always find me on Facebook under Dr. William, and Dr. William, co-host of Zombiepalooza Radio. A couple different ways to find me there. And Crunchy has his page too. Let me see here. See, Schultz showed up in the chat room. Hey, Schultz.
Okay.
And
All
you can
right.
also
So
find us on Facebook at Zombiepalooza Radio Live.
very cool. Very cool. All right. I'm going to see if I can actually get him back in for the last few minutes. And I don't know what happened. I've never had a situation where the sound came in like that. It doesn't make any sense. You have any idea what that could have possibly been caused by?
Electronics. Just interference probably with the internet itself. Sounded like he was getting attacked by aliens, but we're way far away from Area 51. And I didn't realize he was in Georgia.
I didn't know that either until like just now. And so if that's where he's at, that's probably is Georgia getting hit now? Because like I said, I haven't.
See, I'm up here in the mountains with our buddy, so we don't get much up here.
My husband has been talking about moving to Georgia, and that he really would like us rather to stay up in the mountains and the higher ground and all that. So I can see in a way the actual benefits of being up there. The only thing is, though, when it snows and gets really like ridiculous out, isn't it difficult to get out of where you're at?
It depends on where you're at. There are some places that are the driveways are uphill, and you definitely have to have four-wheel drive and a squirrel to push it.
Or I am hoping that you don't use one underneath the tire to be able to gain traction. I think that would be kind of mean.
No, that'd be very mean. I would never do that.
Crunchy is just having his own little experience with you. I'm quite sure of that. All right, so next Saturday.
Drying off was what happened.
So what happened? What did happen?
Well, we went down there to help out, and all of a sudden I started flying away, and it was crazy. I went from Brevard County to Orlando in like an hour. Half hour. Okay, maybe it was 10 minutes. I flew fast.
And so how did Dead Tour catch up to you?
I don't know. Because I know he walks real slow. Maybe he jumped too.
You know, well, sometimes he can get rather inspired. So I'm just very glad about that. You know what? Why don't we take a little bit of time, since we have this extra time before next hour, to talk a little bit about the background of Crunchy E Squirrel. You've been, I think, with us for, is it going to be 2 years?
Maybe.
I was thinking about,
Sounds
something
right.
like that. Yeah, you know, we were only supposed to have you on for like about 10 seconds in a little skit that Dee Dee and I were doing, and I needed to have a engineer in the skit, and I needed another person or entity, or, well, I don't like to call you an animal. I mean, you are a bipedal, but you are so much more than just a little animal. So
I'm glad I dropped in.
So I mean, we know that you have a fear of cats.
Yeah.
Or that's a big deal. So you're on the roof. How did you end up getting on the roof of Dee Dee's house?
Well, I was traveling around, and I went up this one tree and to go get some nuts off there, and I looked behind me, and there was a cat. And he meowed, hissed, and jumped at me, and when I jumped, I landed on the roof.
Okay,
My
so
problem was I was at one end of the house, and I had hundreds of feet away to get to the other end to get away from him.
Incredible. All right. I'm just glad that you're like, able to do what you do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go over and I'm gonna try and get Nick Cole.
Oh, Nick, I like Nick.
And
He's funny.
yeah, he is. I like him. He's going to be bringing a couple of his buddies with him too. One is actually a co-nominee, or was a co-nominee for Dragon Con for the award that Nick won this past couple of months ago, and they're over on Pacific time. So there is Nick Cole. There's going to be Mark Wandrey and Jason, whose last name I'm not going to try and pronounce right now because it's just been an interesting evening, and I'm not going to try and broach that one. But it's spelled Anspach. It's quite different. I've never seen anything like it before.
Yeah, we'll wait for
I'm
him.
Yeah. I'm gonna be like, hey, Jason, how do you say your last name?
Even as smart as a squirrel I am, there's some things I just don't even want to try to tackle.
All right.
So have you heard from Scott lately?
I have not. Technically, yes, but we haven't had conversation. No. So I know that he is still walking around, etc., etc. And I think he's okay. Have you?
I haven't, and I don't think Dead Door has, but I did see a post just recently, so I know he's up still kicking.
Well, I mean, I hope that he is
Good.
okay and that he's listening. I'd love for him to come on for a few minutes next Saturday. If we can get word to him to. Okay, so I just sent messages over to Mark Wandrey and Nick Cole and Jason, and we're going to see, hopefully, somebody answer so we can do this.
Yeah, I had a zombie brain fart, and I'm glad you said it again. Next week, 4-year anniversary.
Mhm.
I think I have it set up with the guy I'm hanging out with tonight. I might even show up on camera.
I would love that.
So if you listen,
Okay.
you got to come by next week and see surprises.
I know, right? Okay, I've got Jason. I'm waiting for. Hopefully this group will be really excited about what they're doing, and that we'll be able to keep everybody on, and it will do what it's supposed to do. Hey, I think we got everybody. All right, so there's that. Okay, I'm working on it.
Oh, by the
Please
way,
click.
YouTube isn't running. Chat is going. I see that Schultz is
Hi.
in there, and Jody was in there.
All right, awesome. Hey, okay, hang on, because I can't see my screen right now, so I don't know who said sup, but hey, sup, and thank you for clicking the link. And
this is Mark.
all right, okay, well, I got somebody's got coffee or something.
Oh,
Something slurpy.
It's Miller time.
Oh, all right, I got you. All right, so I'm just going to drink my lemonade.
Hey, there's Nick.
Hey, it's me.
Hey, what's up?
It
Nick? It's
is
Mark.
you. Look at that, it worked. Oh, awesome is that?
Wait. Cheers.
I know, right?
Skull.
Skull.
Navastrosia or whatever, something. All
Wassail.
right, guys. I know, right? All right, so I want to get everybody introduced over here and make sure that we got everything so we can get started. Everybody is going to get about 10 to 15 minutes. You're going to talk about who you are and what you produce, and then a little bit about what we're going to talk about this evening for the panel. And I'm going to first introduce you to my co-host, Dead Door William. Go ahead and say hi, please, Dead Door, so that we can get started.
Hello, everyone. Hey, Nick, how's it going? Long time no see.
Long time no see, Dead Door.
How's it going, Mark? You're 30
Hello.
to you.
Hello, Dead Door.
And Jason, how are you doing there?
I'm doing great, man. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too.
Jason, you ever talked to a live zombie before?
Can we count me in the morning before I've had coffee?
Yeah, it can be. Yeah, I can see that.
Zombie.
That sounds like Crunchy's wife.
Hi. That's an extra face over there. Who does the extra face belong to?
Oh, hi, I'm Joy. Sorry, I won't be standing over his shoulder for but another second. Sorry.
I wanted to show her the zombie co-host.
Hello
Yeah,
there.
Hello, zombie.
That's Dead Door.
Dead Door. Awesome.
Next
Hi, Joy.
week we are
That's Nick.
actually going to be able to see DD. Hopefully it'll be our 4-year anniversary doing this show, and we're going to have extra special co-host DD on camera. So cross every
Awesome.
your fingers and all of that kind of thing that you need to make sure that we can get that happening. All right, so we're going to get to it. We're going to go over to first Nick Cole, because he is our guest of honor this evening and responsible for bringing Mark and Jason. So Nick, go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself and what you create in, and some of the things that you're going to be speaking about this evening.
Well, I'm a career criminal, and I primarily work in high finance, though I have been known to slum it and steal the occasional car. No, I'm Nick Cole. People know me for committing the crime of writing fun science fiction and the occasional zombie novel. And this year, I wrote the book Control Alt Revolt, which was a dystopian sort of satire of the way I think the country is going if we just keep on doing what we're doing. And it people liked it, and they gave me a really awesome, beautiful award called the Dragon Award that literally looks like Kirk's lava lamp.
It's very cool. I saw a picture of it.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow. What do you got to do to be able to write and win at DragonCon?
I wish I knew.
Mark was one of my co-nominees.
Right here.
Yeah, it's I think the winning the award thing is super superfluous. Can we say that? I mean, it's nice and it's cool and everything like that, but in no way, shape, or form should anybody ever be writing hoping to win an award, because where I think the Dragon is different than every other award in the world is, one, it's the best award, but two, it's still untainted by the sort of court following of cliquey people who will now kind of come in like those what are those fish that swim alongside sharks, the lamprey.
Remoras. Yeah.
Lampreys and things like that. In every type of award situation, you'll have a bunch of, and here's where I'm going to get in trouble, but who cares? I get in trouble every day.
Go for it.
Yeah, exactly. You're always going to get people who can't write even, or get a novel out, but who will tell you all about science fiction, what's good and what's bad, but they've never written anything. And now they're going to sort of swarm, and that's what happened to the Hugos. There's this whole sort of a bunch of people who would tell you that they're intellectuals, and they've basically corrupted and destroyed the awards to the point of meaningless. So the really cool thing about the dragon is that it's literally like this 10-year-old boy or girl who's just discovered
It's unsullied.
fantasy. It's unsullied, and they're just happy, and they want to play, and you want to get out in the sandbox with them and build castles and make dragons and stuff like that. So it's still really beautiful. That's what's awesome about it. Will it get corrupted? Yeah, but I'm a dystopian writer. I see the worst in things. Maybe it'll be great. Maybe fandom will protect this from the dark princes of the world. But to write, you just got to write. You got to do it. I do it 6 days a week. Take one day off. If it's good for God, it's good for you. And just write every day and write one chapter. And what I try to tell everybody, everybody always wants this advice on, well, how do I write? And, what do I write? Well, don't worry so much about that, because if you think the hot thing is boy wizards or sparkly vampires, chances are everybody's doing that. What I tell everybody is that you should just write what you would really want to read. If it's a Saturday night and you mixed yourself up a nice little cocktail for the evening and you were going to sit down and read your favorite book, what would that book be? And then go ahead and write that book.
Yeah.
All right, talk a little bit about and I'm going to say this so that everybody knows what the process is here. For the first 10 to 15 minutes of the author coming in and talking about what they do and the stuff they're going to be talking about, I'd rather have everybody to not make comment so that we can focus just in on that person. And I'm going to have everybody do that. And then after everything is done with that, then what we'll do is we'll go and we'll have basically a free reign. So thank you very much for being able to follow protocol. I would like to talk to back over to Nick and give us an idea of what dystopian genre is, please.
Well, dystopian genre is the future gone badly, very simply put. Utopian would be like, often Star Trek in a lot of ways is utopian. The world's a much better place. The world's a much better place. We've got warp speed. We're all trying to go out there and do great things, stuff like that. Dystopian is things that have kind of gone horribly wrong because we made a specific choice of some sort. And, like in my dystopian thing, in Control Alt Revolt, we went far too liberal. We went far too social justice. We eliminated corporate culture. We made the government sort of be responsible for everything, free college for everybody, free vacations, free all this stuff. And my core understanding and belief in humanity is all of us in a certain way really do want to be that kind of pioneer. We want to kind of plant our own flag and try something and do it. And the danger with big government is that they always want to come in and try to do everything for you so that you will keep them in power. So I just gamed that out and sort of made it a really horrible thing.
A lot of times people will gravitate towards books where they feel like they have a real clear understanding, or what they think is a clear understanding of what is going on in the world today. And this particular piece of work has a lot to do with some of the more unsettling things that are going on globally on the planet. Do you I know what I wanted to do with this. What are some of the things that some of your more avid readers said initially about this work?
I think, there were a bunch of people that came to it initially out of anger, that it had been blackballed by a major publisher, by HarperCollins. And so I think they read it with that intent to and all of that was there, me making fun of society, making fun of sort of the social justice equation, how everything's got to be dumbed down. There is no more meritocracy. They loved all that. And they liked me sort of poking fun at how the movies have just become completely watered down and there are no more heroes, anything. But I think what they took away from it, and they had fun with it, is that wanted to tell a story about starships and, you know, killer robots. And I think that's something we all have got to do. And I've actually read everything that every writer on this panel has done, from Mark and Jason. And yeah, there's some messages in there. A writer can't help but writing a message. But
Right.
I can vouch for both of these writers, Mark in A Time to Die, and Jason with his really cool paranormal detective series called Till Death. Both of these guys and myself, I can tell when I read us, we're committed to giving you a good time and not beating you over the head. And so the thing that, like I said, the initial blush, the initial blush in this whole Control Alt Revolt thing was an amount of anger that came out because people like Instapundit and Larry Correia and Vox Day jumped on it and they said, aha, there is a bias in liberal publishing. We told you so. And my story proved that. But then a lot of the readers came in and they had a good time with the book and it was fun. And they kind of really rallied around this one character called Captain Mara, who's a disabled female gamer, but she absolutely kicks everybody's ass. And I didn't want to write an SJW kind of like, I'm just sticking in a woman because I want to be liked by everybody. This character spoke to me and she was awesome and she just wanted to do things on her own. She didn't want to take because she just didn't feel any value in that. So that's a character I'm very proud to have written.
You should be.
All right. We got 5 minutes here. So let's talk a little bit about some of the talking points that you want to bring up this hour so that we can have a nice, coherent conversation.
I have the points?
Yes. What are your talking points that you want for this evening?
Yeah, I think all of us, the side that Mark and Jason and I are on, is the side of just telling really good stories winningly. But there's definitely this weird sort of bias that's going on in publishing. So it would be interesting to kind of talk about that. But then we're all kind of, I would say, either indie or hybrid. And that's kind of an exciting time to talk about because I believe that big publishing is about to collapse, in my opinion. And I know a lot of indie writers or hybrid of writers or whatever, they're out there pursuing big publishing contracts. And I would tell them, don't do that. That's actually going to hurt your career. And I think the new model markets are the way to do. I've talked about it recently about smaller presses are the way to go. And then sort of alternative publishing models like Jason and I are doing. And also marketing, just in what we do, you've got to be savvy. So like Jason and I have created a really cool marketing thing that people might be interested in. So we could talk about those things. That'd be pretty cool.
All right, wonderful. And I will ask you now, you brought Mark on and you brought Jason. What kinds of things drew you to them with how they are creatively?
Well, Jason and I have known each other since we collaborated on another project a while back ago. And the thing that I like about Jason is he's one of the young writers that's doing things the way that he sees it, but he's got a savvy eye towards marketing and how to reach the audience in an effective way. That what we're seeing a lot of older writers or made it writers, traditionally published writers, they're all still like seeking the get a big advance and then write a book and make no money and stuff like that. Well, the days of the big advance are dried up at big publishing. So Jason's part of what I call my group of very smart kids who are doing new and interesting things with subscription models, exploring marketing and stuff like that. When I was with HarperCollins, and I made this mistake, and every writer makes this mistake who gets a big publishing contract, you immediately think that big publishing is going to do everything for you. And they don't. So I tell everybody this story. I had this friend, I'm going to say it really quick so everybody follow along. I had this friend, he wrote this book for HarperCollins, and they said, we're going to do all your marketing for you. And he's like, great. And they said, we're going to get you a book tour. And he said, great. So they got him a book blog tour, not a book tour, but a book blog tour. And they got some book bloggers to hit Amazon with initial reviews of his book. And he wrote a nice fantasy book. It was very fey, very interesting, very weird and wonderful. And the first review out of the gate on the day of publication was from a female romance blogger. And her first opening line was, "I don't normally read this kind of book, and that's why I gave it 2 stars." So that's kind of what big publishing does for you. They immediately shoot you in the foot. They're really hoping that you'll just accidentally, for no explainable reason, succeed. And a lot of writers just trust that. So Jason's a really great writer who writes this just really cool, inventive. If you like 1950s movies, Jason's your guy. He writes books that are like that, and I like that. I'm kind of tired of.
Give me something about Mark.
Oh, Mark and I met on the field of battle in the arena that is the dragon, and we're both decent people, and that like it's not a valuation of who's better or whatever. It's actually a way to, Hugh Howey said a really brilliant thing once. He said, "No reader buys one book." They actually buy a lot of books. And so anytime you're engaged in anything with a writer or whatever, don't make an enemy out of them. Don't compete against them. Get to know them and share your readers with them. And then maybe they'll share your readers with you. And that's like a mutual thing that Mark and I did. I just finished his book and reviewed it. And I really dug Mark because he's taken the pandemic thriller, the sort of maybe classic zombie thriller that's been done to death, and he did it in a very cool Tom Clancy style that was very riveting and thrilling. And so I just finished that, and I think this is a guy that you're going to want to watch and know. Obviously, he gets nominated right out of the gate for a dragon, so that he didn't win, who cares? I mean, in my defense, I had a ton of angry people who were pissed off at N.K. Jemisin, who was another nominee. So they sort of saw me as a natural opponent. But guess who else didn't win? S.M. Sterling, who's, if I have to tell you who S.M. Sterling is, that's a fail.
No, stop right there. All right, because I need to go over to Jason now. Jason, you have 15 minutes. I want you to tell us who you are, what it is you do, and some talking points for this evening that are important to you.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I don't know if I can talk about myself for 15 minutes. Is that going to be okay? Is it going to be okay if I can't, talk about how great I am for 15 whole minutes?
If you can not talk about necessarily how great you are, but who you are, what you do, and why we should care about it, that'll be cool.
It's all intertwined, my greatness. No. Right. So I'm Jason Anspach. I live here in the Pacific Northwest. I started writing, I've written for a long time, but I published my first book in 2015. That was a paranormal noir kind of comedy, I suppose, called Till Death. And I ended up getting involved with Nick in Apocalypse Weird, and we kind of grew as friends. And so I've just been plugging away, writing that, following that model of writing every day. My stories, generally, I'd say the majority of my stories are make you think, but they're lighthearted and funny. So when Nick mentioned 1950s movies, that's what I go for. I want you to read my book and feel like you just finished watching an old-time cinema movie, like you just watched a Cary Grant film, something like that.
So the language is very clean and clear. There's no real what do I want to say?
Like profanity?
Stuff Donald Trump would say.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, Donald Trump is still.
Yeah. Thank you.
He's still in his diapers, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
he's
no,
doing
nothing
his
like
diapers
that.
for real.
Right. Yeah, no, nothing along those lines. It is clean. It's what you would expect if you were sitting down and watching a movie, watching Seven Brides for Seven Brothers or one of those old films.
That's cool.
I think Hitchcock would probably be the level of edge that you get, but again, that's by design. I know all the bad words. I have a running joke with my kids where they try to figure out how many bad words there are and how many they know because they haven't heard them all yet. And there's still the big one that they haven't figured out. And so I know them all. I just don't really see the need to bring them into that particular type of story.
Let me talk to you a little bit about that. All right, so sometimes people think that if they write in these particular genres that there has to be they absolutely have to be profanity, and we're not talking just little tiny words, we're talking the big stuff, and there has to be a lot of gore, and there has to be a lot of I guess running around loud, shooting, and making a mess of things. My belief is this. I think that if you can describe what you're trying to say and a 5 or 6-year-old understands what you're doing, then you're probably doing really well. And that if you are educated, that you should be able to get even your most profane thoughts clearly expressed in a way that does not have vulgarity.
Yeah, my audience is almost entirely 5-year-olds, so I'm glad to hear you say that.
Yeah, you're a funny guy. He's funny, Nick.
This is where it
Thank
goes
you.
off the
Yeah,
rails.
Jason.
Joe Pesci.
Jason and I do a podcast called Science Fiction Writers Playing Old School D&D, and his banter is hilarious.
Thank you.
What?
Yeah.
All right. So, give us a little bit of talk about what science fiction writers are. The podcast.
Oh, sure. Yeah. So,
Please.
this was one of Nick's brainchilds, and we turned it into a nice little marketing piece. But it's really simple. It was just a group of guys. We're all kind of online friends, and we got together and decided to play Dungeons and Dragons together. Just not the newer version, but the old time Dungeons and Dragons. So 2nd edition and previous for those who are into the tabletop gaming. And so we had Christopher Bohr was our first dungeon master, and he wrote a campaign. We all played characters. I was a barbarian. Nick was a Jesus freak paladin, and we had a great time doing a season of that. Now we've just started a new season where we're playing in a world called Ravenloft, which is a pre-built world, kind of a throwback to the gothic vampire werewolf horror environment. Kind of everything is in Transylvania. All the woods are dark. Mists are everywhere. We have a great time doing it, and it's opened, I think, us up as writers to a nice little cross-section of people who enjoy fantasy, enjoy fantasy horror in the case of Ravenloft, and then are, I think, willing to kind of take the next step and see what we're writing in the world of science fiction or paranormal noir or whatever else we might do.
It's really important. Your perspective is everything when it comes to your creative work, no matter whom you are. And the idea of being able to do the world building and being able to pull from different literary sources to not only be a creative as far as the written work, but into doing these podcasts and expressing yourself also in the marketing arena, which I think is extremely important for anyone who is a creative. All of that comes into play. What is one of the most interesting aspects of what you've done so far? How is it unfolding as far as your creative written work? Would it be like the D&D? Would it, what is it that
sure.
you think helps propel?
Yeah, well, as far as creativity goes, the nice thing, right now I'm the dungeon master for this season that we're playing. And one of the nice things is if I have a line of dialogue for, say, a fantasy novel, I can put it into the campaign and just kind of surreptitiously say it. And then if everybody laughs at that joke, it stays in the book. And if it just drops dead, then I go, okay, yeah, that wasn't right. That didn't get the right tone. So I do get a chance to kind of build and play in the playground there. But really, I don't know. I mean, Nick and I and our other pals, we get together for 2 hours every month and we play a game, which we would play anyway.
Right.
And because of that, we're opening ourselves up to a wider audience. So I just think that's just the way to go, right? I mean, who can ask for more?
I like the fact that you're able to do that. I think some of my creatives too that need to be able to find a little bit more of a broadening aspect of how to bring in more creative ideas. I think this is a fabulous idea. You might not necessarily like.
let me break format and jump in. There was an interesting
Sure.
thing about it. When I was with HarperCollins, they actually thought it was a great idea, and they wanted me to bring writers on and have them guest star. Then we parted ways, but a major corporation thought it was a great idea, and then another publisher actually just asked me to write a fantasy novel, sort of based on the fact that I'm doing a fantasy campaign. They think that there's a good crossover market. So it's just something all of us writers need to be doing. We need to be doing alternative marketing, because you can't just go out into social media and say, buy my book,
Right.
because 10,000 other, writers are doing that too.
Yeah. Right.
I did marketing for a small indie press for about 6 months, and it's not easy, especially, like when I'm looking at how marketing for my radio show, and then now I'm in the process of marketing for a whole bunch of people, a bunch that I know and a whole bunch more that I didn't know. And you're taking responsibility for being able to make sure that their work gets, pushed up to the front. It's difficult enough in that to do that, but what I've been finding is a lot of the creatives, they are scared to death to learn that they are responsible for a big chunk of their marketing.
Yeah, it's an odd thing. I think you're right, though. I've seen that too.
All right, so I need to get some talking points from you, Jason, things that are important to you, important, of course, yes, to the group, but also to yourself. And I'd like to have you kind of give me a little bit of what it's been like for the past couple of years, as far as your creative process and the different things that you've have experienced, and perhaps some talking points on that, as well as some literary talking points. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I think to start with the past couple of years, I don't know how Nick felt or how you felt when your first book came out, but you put it out there, and when you go indie to start, I started out with a strong sort of imposter feeling, like the imposter syndrome. Like, yeah, I wrote a book, it's the right length, it's formatted, it has a good cover, but man, what am I doing here? Is this really legit? And so there's this tendency to kind of want to look outside and to want to look and see, should I be here? Is this good? And of course, your mom's going to say it's great. This is the best book that's ever been written. War and Peace should be so good. That kind of a mom response. And even in the indie author community, there's a lot of people who will tell you whatever they think you want to hear, because they want you to support them in turn. So yeah, you're great. Make sure and buy my book too. There's kind of a lot of indie authors are also your customers. So I don't feel you can necessarily get an honest answer from there. So that first year when that book was released, I was just feeling like, man, are people just saying it's good? Because again, keep buying my books, because that happens. And then as I started to get feedback from readers and reviews from people that I had absolutely no idea who they were, and they were saying, thank you for writing this book. This book made me feel so happy. Then you start to feel like, okay, maybe I do have a little bit of talent. Maybe I can do this. And then with each book I wrote since then, I've grown in confidence. And I think that confidence comes out in your writing, because you're not afraid to just try something. You're not afraid to make the story go in a direction.
Okay. I'd like to really get a couple of bullets on some of the other things that are important to you before I go to the next guest.
Sure, absolutely. So let's talk a bullet point. Let's let a bullet point be not being afraid to write a book that's trying to make someone happy. Because I think a lot of people want to write to change perspectives, to blow people's minds, to show the darkness of the world. Sometimes it's okay just to make people happy.
Yes.
Let's do that. And then let's talk, maybe a point would be about marketing, and about how you can't just market your book anymore. The publishing environment means you've got to market yourself as well. The author comes with the book as a package.
Yes. And maybe one or two more?
One or two more. Let's talk about, you want to talk about podcasting? I think that's a good point.
I would like to talk about whatever you have that is creatively either helping you or that is a learning experience for you.
Yeah, podcasting is a big help, and I think that's been a learning experience for me as well. So we can talk about that. And boy, I think if those three are enough,
I'd like
those three are
to
good.
have one literary point, something that you have either found profoundly interesting or profoundly damaging to the industry.
Okay. Well, I think you can piggyback on Nick's point. I think when politics of identity or right-think start trumping story, that's incredibly damaging to the publishing industry, and it's incredibly damaging to storytelling.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
What do you think so far about being on Zombiepalooza Radio?
I'm having a good time.
I hope so. I really do hope so. All right, so we're going to go over now to Mark. And before I go anywhere else from you, how do you pronounce your last name so I don't kill it all night?
Are you sure you want to know?
Within the next 30 seconds, I'd love to.
Wandrey.
After that, well, wait a minute. I was just talking to Jason, wasn't I?
Yeah, I was going to say Wandrey's not a hard last name.
I was going to say, I thought you jumped over to me. Okay.
Yeah, Wandrey's an easy last name. Mine is
Jason.
Anspach.
Anspach. I got
It's
it.
German, so it can't be phonetic.
My maiden name is Glasner.
Okay,
So,
there you go. You know the struggle.
I do. Boy, do I do. All right, so I said I do, and now it's Chin, and boy, do I get a hassle about that one too. All right, Mark Wandrey. Wait a minute.
Oh.
Is it one? I just killed it, didn't I? Did I kill
Yeah,
your
you
name?
did.
All right, tell me how to.
Mark Laundry?
I didn't.
Really?
I said Wandrey.
Oh.
But I probably said that wrong. Come on, help me out.
Just Wandrey. You get that? Am I coming through?
I gotcha. I'm writing. I take notes when I do the show.
Okay.
That's why you see me looking down like this a lot, and not looking directly here necessarily, unless you don't have the screen on, which may not be a bad thing.
I can
take
see you.
notes. See all that?
Good.
I take notes. All right, so and that's part of the reason why I ask for like the talking points and things like that. But right now, what I need to do is you sent me an email over. Yes.
Yes. I don't have nearly as
Alright,
much to offer as these distinguished gentlemen because I'm much newer at this than they are.
That's all right. Why don't you, while I'm going and finding your email, tell us who you are, what you do, like what genres you create in, or what else you do creatively, while I go and I grab your email.
Well, Mark Wandrey, as I mentioned, my main genre is actually space opera, military science fiction. I've already penned a series of 5 books and eventually a 7 to 8 book series called Earth Song, but nobody was buying it. So as anybody who's ever done indie, and I'm sure by the sound of it, Jason and Nick both are familiar with, if nobody buys the book, it doesn't do you much good.
Nope.
And since the first 3 were self-published, and a small press publisher liked what he read enough that he picked up the series, he published 2 more and said, this is really great stuff, but nobody seems to want to read it. So what else you got? And I stood there and went, what else? I don't want to write anything else. I happened to mention, you know what? I got this zombie book I've been working on for a while. He goes, oh, zombies? I'm like, yeah, zombies. Because I was a little like John Ringo. I'm like, really? Zombies? But they were running around the back of my head, and I had some ideas that other authors helped me come up with, basically. It didn't help come up. It helped me ferment them within the fever swamp of my brain, I should say. And I said, yeah, I guess I can do this. I'm about 20,000 words into the story. I can probably have it finished in a few months. He says, okay, we'll finish it. Take a break from the military sci-fi and write this instead. So I'm like, okay, whatever. And it came out really easily. I finished it in a month or 2 and gave it to him, and he read it. And he said, wow, this is good. And I went, what? He went, yeah, it's great. I'll go ahead and publish it. I said, oh, okay, whatever. Polish it up a little bit, put it out, and boom, it's an Amazon bestseller in this category and stuff. And next thing you know, I'm nominated for a dragon. I'm like, really? Zombies? Because it seems so ridiculously easy to write. I was very surprised. So now you know, the other stuff's on the back burner, and I'm writing this, and I have another new series I'm getting ready to come out with Chris Kennedy, a series of 4 books called The Four Horsemen, which is military sci-fi, yay! But it's written in a much different genre than my other stuff. It's much more mainstream. I think it'll be really popular.
The tonation in your voice when you said that it was more mainstream and you think that it would be really popular, it actually dropped down about 3 or 4 decibels. Are you concerned about, God, I don't really want to use those 2 words.
Fire away.
Are you concerned about selling out or creating something to create it because it's popular and you would be foolish to not do it?
Maybe a little bit. Part of my issue is my Earth Song series, I really feel it's good stuff. And I have a small vocal group of fans that just love it. And I love writing it, but it's deep. It's 1 million words into the series. These have been big books up till now. And it's my fans compare it to Isaac Asimov's Foundation and its level of complexity. There's galaxy world building. It's extremely complicated. The new series is a full galaxy too, but it's actually more, the geopolitical is much simpler. The Galactic Union in these new books is basically this libertarian government that goes, man, do whatever the hell you want. You guys can shoot each other if you feel like it. Just don't start nuking each other's planets. In my worlds, it's much more complicated in Earth Song. It's harder to write, and I enjoy it more because it's like comparing the new series is going to be a really tasty cheeseburger. My old one is a complicated French cuisine. You know, it's more nuanced. I have spreadsheets full of data. It's just very different. And I kind of feel like having to write something more mainstream to draw the fans in. I'm secretly in the back of my head realize I'm thinking that this draws them to my Earth Song series, so I can really write what I want to.
And therein lies the I guess you could say hook.
Yep.
But what I'm seeing from all 3 of you, even though I've just met 2 of you, you seem to really want to write from what is coming from here and from here, not necessarily to write to please a crowd. I believe that there is that impression because you are comfortable with what you do. You know that your research, your knowledge base for the particular experience of creating these works is solid, and that there is a comfortability because you can go and you can talk to others that actually understand the process that you're going through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. And it's funny from what Jason was referring to about the role playing. That's really what made me a writer. I mean, I've tried to write since I was 12 years old, so I've been doing this a long time. But I really polished my world building skills and how to create a plot by being a role playing GM. I was the group's GM, the game master. Mm-hmm. I'm the one who ran the games. I created the stories. I did all that stuff. I got used to spending 40 hours during the week, when I worked part-time, making a scenario and ready to go in the weekend, and my players would destroy it in 15 minutes. And I had to go, yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like I lay it out, and I said, okay, do you want to do this or do this? And they go, no, we want to do that. And I'm like, whoa, so as a writer, it gave me that flexible mind, as Larry Correia likes to refer to it, so I can shoot on the fly. And I mean, I think, and maybe Nick can confirm if it's true, but I try to think that my plot lines and my writing creates a unique angle so that a lot of writers don't either want to think to or don't care to take the time to consider. That's why I wrote this zombie book this way, because so much of it, it's tripe. It's common. It's A plus B equals C. Let's go steal from the 7-Eleven and survive. And oh no, the zombies are about to overrun us, run for our lives. I didn't want to write that story. I wanted to write the geopolitical story of what happens when an alien introduced virus begins to happen. And my book, they're not zombies. I call them nombies. They're actually still alive. It's like 28 weeks later, that kind of stuff. Or the rage virus. And yes,
that's cool.
Because I have a basic
I'm going to jump in here. I'm going to jump in here real quick and say, I just finished Mark's book. I cannot recommend it highly enough. It's called The Time to Die. If you want a cool Tom Clancy meets zombies, this book is it. The reason I had both these guys on here, Jason's series Till Death, they both write from the heart, and there's no easy answers, but their writings are satisfying like a cheeseburger. Let's not diminish cheeseburgers. Like right now, after I get out of this opera tonight, I'm gonna go have a cheeseburger, and it's gonna be great. And that's what a
Yes.
book should be. A book should be a good double from In and Out.
It
I
should
pity
be.
you if you. I pity. Yeah.
You should be able
Go ahead.
to be enticed by what is going on initially by the back, by the back cover, and you look, of course, at the cover and then the back cover, and then you poke through a little bit of it. It should be able to draw you in like, I don't know, like what do I want to say, like a wormhole. It just sucks you in there, and you're in this experience going all over the place, and then you come out, hopefully come out in one piece, but you're going to be a changed individual. I have creatives that I know that care about also the experience of being the reader and allowing them to be able to experience what is going on in your particular world and feel like they can assimilate into it. After you come out of the experience, you do happen to have a changed experience. You maybe think prospectively different about a couple of things. Might not be for a long period of time, but it's got you enough so that you can pay attention and go, hey, something different happened.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Word.
All right. So we're talking right now with Mark Wandrey, and we are trying to get some talking points from you this evening. I would like to have a couple of bullet points that are important as far as, why don't we start with the literary? What are some things that are happening within the literary world that you find either interesting or extremely mind-numbing?
A lot of them, these wonderful other two writers, Jason and Nick, already touched on, as mentioned, was of course the political McCarthyism that's been going on in a lot of writing. I'm lucky to be outside of it so far because I haven't been known well enough. And of course, I'm going to run into it sooner or later. Being primarily a libertarian writer, I'm the bastard stepchild of the whole industry. The conservatives can't stand me, and the liberals can't stand me because they both think I'm the other one, and I'm actually both of them.
Yes.
So it gets really complicated. Plus, I tend to be a bit of a constitutionalist libertarian, which means that, yeah, we should kick somebody's ass when we need to. Whereas
Yes.
most libertarians are like, the hell with it all, They're like, I mean, Johnson? Weld? Really? Anyway, so when you see this kind of McCarthyism taking place, my natural instinct is to rebel in some way. So like my
Right.
wife and me and several others were talking about creating a new ward to get rid of the Hugos. And we're kind of bantering it around, and along comes Dragon, and we're like, good, our job's done. It was a beautiful idea because it's a purely fan-based award. You don't have
All
to
right,
buy a
but
membership.
I want to stop 1 second here. I would like, before we get into the big, huge roundtable, to
Mhm.
talk about the aspects of the Dragon Con. I know you want to start doing that right now, but I'd rather you hold
Okay.
it for a few seconds. Go on and give me
Sure.
at least 2 or 3
Hold your
more.
dragon.
Oh, yeah, hold your dragon. Oh God, you just very distracting here. Okay, so
I just went all Trump.
give me
You're going all Hillary.
give me 2 to 3. I'm gonna go all Hillary in a minute. Well, not all Hillary.
Oh God.
Where did this come from? All right, give me 2 to
What, are you
3.
gonna let people die?
Look, people die. People do die, but they don't always have to die. That whole thing just.
All right, we're
2 to 3
sidetracking.
bullet-
2 points.
Dude,
Focus.
We need a moderator.
I've got. Where's my moderator at? DD, you're supposed to be the moderator. Give me
We
2
need
to
2 more
3.
points.
2 to 3 more talking points. Thank you very much, DD. Go.
Okay, you're talking about in the business of publishing. One of them would
Yes.
be, I mean, because I come from the point of being a complete indie. I was nobody. I vanity pressed my first book, and then after that, I moved into it again, and I decided a second attempt because CreateSpace had come along. All of a sudden, they changed the rules. You don't have to hire a company to do it for you. Now you can just go on and do it yourself.
Right.
And I started from that point. I made my own first cover and went on from there. And I hired a small little company, a little lady online to help me do it. And went from there and have continued to the point where I finally got interested in a small press, and they've published my stuff. Now a better publisher is publishing some more books I have coming. So I've seen it from the bottom up and seen how it's changed, how it's so revolutionized. But one of it is, they mentioned even before, you get with a big publisher, they would say, go promote your own book. So we have to
Right.
learn this stuff ourselves. And I mean, one of the things I saw, and I can't believe how many writers don't do this, but go to conventions and sit on panels. I've been to so many
Yes.
conventions where the conventions are screaming for panelists, and they're all like, well, you know, I don't want to sit up there with like David Weber or something. I'm just a new guy. You know what I said? Screw it. I did it. I've sat on panels with David Weber, John Ringo, well, Larry Correia. You know, yeah, I'm kind of sitting there going, I'm sitting with Larry Correia, but at the same time, I'm doing it.
All right,
You
so
know,
on that, I'm gonna cut you for 20 seconds, hopefully only. Doing
Okay.
panels is really important. If you get somebody that's well experienced, if you have someone that's got moderate experience, and then a couple that are indie and really, I mean, well, not indie, but really fresh at it. That way, they can have a talk about some of the things that they're having difficulty with, the new ones, and the more experienced ones can say, okay, when I ran across that, I did this, and they learn from each other. So it's that peer group, and a lot of times people just get really pensive about being able to have that voice and do that. So that's important. Give me one more talking point.
Well, the other one was, that's what you're going to say, is that the next step of it is try to find a mentor. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to get somebody who's going to do everything for you. What a mentor simply is somebody that, even if they don't know they're mentoring you, you are watching what they're doing and you're studying their process. And it helps you understand better. And go up to a convention. Again, conventions, you meet these people. And the smaller to mid-sized conventions, I'm talking between 200 to 1,000 people. You can usually meet these writers and get a few minutes with them and say, hey, I'm new in this business, I'm starting, you know, and present them a salient point.
Salient.
That's it. Yeah, one more right there. And ask them how they can help you solve this problem. Because, you know, most of them, well, they don't mind. I mean, really, almost every writer who started where we are, they had that first book. And, you know, I have a couple people at this convention I'm at now. It's at Imaginarium. It's down here in Louisville, Kentucky, put on by Steven Zimmerman.
I think that's his name.
Steven Zimmer, actually, yes. Wonderful guy. It's his convention. It's only the third year he's been doing it, but it's, I mean, he's already up 250, 300 people in his
Where
third
are you
year.
at right now? Where are you at?
Louisville, Kentucky. Right now I'm in a hotel near the convention.
Okay, where is the convention proper?
Oh, it's Louisville, Kentucky. It's located at the Crown Plaza in Louisville, right by the airport.
Is that usually where they have it?
Yes, that's been the last, I think all 3 years it's been there.
Maybe I'll try to get there next year.
I love to mentor young writers. I consider myself sort of a man of the people. So if they can get through my inner ring of security, I'm very happy to help them.
Nick is telling a complete line of BS. He was completely approachable. I friended him on Facebook when I saw we were both finalists. And I said, you know, great. I said, great job. And I immediately bought his book and read it because I'd heard a lot about it. And what he mentioned about, he brought me in this because when I found out we were this, I read his book and I said, I'm in big trouble, you know. And he goes, no, and starts reading my book. And when he won, I emailed him. I said, congratulations. I said, you beat me. Good job. And we had a conversation in a thread on Facebook, and a lot of people were going like, oh my God, you guys are being nice to each other. We're like, well, yeah, that's what human beings do. It's completely un-Hugo-ish, I think is how I referred to it at one point.
I have been doing this show for 4 years. I have had some people come on and they are just like amazing. And they go, what is really lacking is that people don't go and associate with other people that are doing the same things. And they're either afraid because they think, well, if I associate with this person, then that person's not going to buy my book because I'm talking to this. I mean, and they make 50 million things up in their head about it. Why is it so deeply important to be able to get with other people that are on the same level or higher than you, to be able to, you know, have good networking for being a creative? And I'm going to go over to Nick because I know that he's really good at that. Go.
I think because you know, the most arrogant thing that you can do in the world is tell somebody, hey, how about I monopolize your time for the next 3 to 4 days, and you listen to everything that's inside my weird head, and then you praise me for it. And that's basically the job of writing. It's only less narcissistic than an actor, which was my previous position. And I realized I was a man of the people. Like I was saying there, I wasn't joking, though. Lately, I think my masseuse is getting a little too chatty. But that was a Jason Anspach joke I ripped off from Steve Martin. But no, it's just, you know, and then couple that with, you know, writing is a solitary act. And, you know, readers are wonderful, and they come at you and they love it. But a lot of the times, I just got a 1-star review on a book today that was just ripped me to shreds. And starting out initially, you do get a lot of that. You get a lot of, I think there's some people that delight in sort of ripping indies to shreds. And then you can be part of, you know, sort of writing groups, and those aren't always the most wonderful places. I don't know why there is an innately competitive spirit. It has to be there. I'm not one of these people that thinks we should be, you know, universalists and everybody should be praised, blah, blah. You know, this is for those who are about to die. We salute you. It is an arena of competition, right. But at the same time, you got to go back to J.R.R. Tolkien and C.S. Lewis wrote the 2 greatest fantasy classics of all time in the sort of, you know, age before this, and they were great friends, and they bounced their work off each other. So that's wonderful. This sort of weird football thing that we Americans do, and I love America, but we do have this competitive thing where, you know, we try to line everything up, and that just doesn't work in writing. It's so much easier to be friends with people and share readers and share insight and help each other and grow. But having said that, there are a lot of nasty writers out there, simply nasty.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you get. I'm very convinced that a lot of the 1-star reviews you get are from other writers who you get close to them in the rankings or whatever. When I had a big hit back in 2011, and whenever my book hit the #1 spot, I got a ton of nasty 1-star reviews. So
that's disgusting. I hate that.
Yeah, there are people who play those games. So, you know, but don't, as my mother would always say, don't let them drag you down to their level. Just keep being a good guy.
Mark, what do you have to say about this whole topic?
You know, we tend to be, as writers, we're relatively insular in the first place, and we're protective of our, you know, intellectual properties. And a lot of our writers are secretly paranoid in the back of their mind and think they're going to have their ideas jumped and stolen in the first inclination, especially younger writers. It's really not true. But like every good myth, there's a grain of truth to it. And every writer like Nick, I, and Jason probably knows somebody who's had an idea lifted, either partially or in whole after they've talked about it. So it's kind of like you get your fingers burned and you're careful about it. And you're right, writers groups, I was really big with the Nashville Writers Group where I lived for the longest time until I started getting success with books. Now they don't want to talk to me. So I suspect when I'm a real best seller, I ever hit the New York Times list, yeah, they'll have me back then to show off because I started there. But right now, while I'm having a little bit of success, most of them do not even want to talk to me. They already hated me to some degree because I can turn out a couple books a year. And a lot of these guys have been working on their book for 9 years or something like that. I have no problem throwing words out. I can sit down and write 10 to 15,000 words, but I think a good productive writer needs to be able to do that. Not necessarily 10 to 15,000, but like Nick said, get down and get a chapter out, get a few paragraphs, just write every day. And I try to tell them that, and they're like, well, the motivations aren't correct, or, you know, I don't know why just write something, you know, even if it's bad, you can always delete it later, but at least you're getting to the habit of producing. That's the single biggest thing about writing.
I found that there are some creatives that are out there that feel like they have to be in turmoil before they can do anything. And then once they get to the turmoil point, everything stops because there's turmoil, and I can't focus, and I can't this, and I can't. So I'm thinking that they kind of sort of fit into this 10% rule that I normally talk about with that 10% thing going on, that they just they want to talk, they want to sound like they're going to be productive, they want to you know, talk a good game, but when it comes to the process, they don't get the first clue, which was a horrible English sentence that I just said there. But
no, but it's essentially right.
It's they want to they want to have the persona of being a creative and having something to say, but they are they just are not good on the startup. So is there anything else that you would like to finish off with this particular topic before I move to Jason?
No, I think that pretty well hits it. I really appreciate the chance to vent some of this. I was having trouble trying to put together exactly what I wanted to see in some of the thoughts, but I think I got across what I wanted to. So go bang Jason for a while. Well, that doesn't sound right. Go ask him some questions.
Bad, yeah. There you go.
Trump.
Oh,
My DD needs to call a foul over here. Foul. You know, how about every time Trump's, we could do yes, we are. We're close to it. We're close to it. All right. Trump hour's not officially until midnight, but yeah. All right, we're gonna go over to Jason now. The topic is allowing yourself to be able to work with the peer group and why it's important to do that and to not shy away from it. Go.
Right. Well, so when someone reads a really good book, when a reader reads a really good book, their first reaction is not to say, that book was so good, I'm not going to read again for another 2 or 3 years. That doesn't happen, right? When you finish reading a really good book, you might think about it, but then you're going to want to keep reading, right? Kind of reading begets reading. So when I read a really good story, I find myself actually struggling to go and write because I just want to keep reading. I'm enjoying the experience of getting lost in someone's world so much that I just keep going. And so when you have a peer group of writers, not only are there craft advantages, being able to bounce things off of, but it lets you kind of market yourself to readers in a unique way. A lot of people you'll hear talk about having a trustworthy voice or just saying, I want people to trust me. So if someone comes and reads your book and they love it, unless you're just, just a whiz typing out a book a week, they're going to run out of your stories to read unless you've been at this for a long time. But see, I can say, I have a friend who helps me out named Nick, and he wrote this really amazing dystopian book about AI rising up. And if you're part of that cross section that likes my book, but then that sounds interesting, go check it out. And they're going to check it out. They're going to find out that they like it. And then again, you become trustworthy to them. So there's a marketing advantage there.
We're trying to not be distracted by others while we are listening to what you have to say, Jason. Please continue. Thank you.
Oh, no, I don't know if I have too much else to say beyond that, but I've picked up readers that came to Nick first, and I know some of my readers have gone to people like say John L. Monk, because I've just said, hey, if a dystopian Lord of the Flies appeals to you, check out this book. And not everybody's going to like that, but there's enough in that Venn diagram that says, oh, hey, thanks, and they go and check it out. And that's something you're not going to get by closing all the walls and saying, hey, only read me, or saying, hey,
all right, so here's something else that this does, and it is part of marketing. Although that's a very subtle way of doing it, and you might not be doing it on purpose, but when you go and when you're a good product, or you produce a good product, and people really enjoy you and they rely on your product, when you don't have enough, or you run out or something, or you're still creating, these people are going to want to find something else to be able to fulfill that gap that is now there because you don't have the product they want. So going and telling somebody, hey, this is a lot like what I already know you enjoy, and go check it out and see, because I know that his product is finished. When they come back, do you ever have people come back and say, hey, thanks a lot for saying that this was a good something good for me to try out? Have you ever had that experience? And I'm going to open that up for everybody because we're still talking a little bit about this topic.
Yeah, I've had that experience. And again, it builds trust between you and your readers. I don't care about you just as a sale and thanks for the royalty and see you later, but I care about you and your enjoyment and your entertainment. And so you mean something more than just a number on the little KDP checklist.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to go over to Mark and see what he has to say about that real quick.
Yeah, I absolutely agree as well. My fans, a lot of them, because they run in the Bane circle, and I'm kind of like orbiting the outside of the Death Star here myself. I get a lot of those same kind of advices. And what do you want to read? What would you read? That was a great book. Is there any more like it? When's the next book coming out? Darn it, and stuff like that.
Mhm.
So I will try to have lists of suggestions of what else to read. And I'm lucky enough that my readers run the spectrum from the kind of guy that only reads a book a year. I have a couple fans like that. Like my book's the only book they'll read this year. I'm like, wow, really? To the ones who, a couple of my test readers and stuff who read a book a day. You know, when A Time to Die was finished, I gave it to one of my test readers, and he finished it in 4 hours. It's 120,000 words. It's inconceivable that someone could read that speed. But he did, absorbed it, knew all about it, gave me some points on it. So, yeah, when they ask, absolutely. And it's even more thrilling to have them come back and say, wow, that was really good. Or, yeah, every once in a while you get, well, that's not quite what I was looking for. But as a writer, I try to keep that stuff in mind so I can tailor it as well. You can't write and not know some other people's work as well. I'm not as well read as I'd like to be because I'm still working 50, 60 hours a week and writing. That doesn't leave a lot of time to read, so I tend to do audiobooks. If it's not available on audio, a lot of times I can't get to it. So I do the best I can.
You brought up another topic that I would like to see if we can get out there, and that is the topic of how to do time management and how to pull off a full-time job plus family, whatever else, social responsibility, and then create too. I'm going to go over to Nick, and I would like you to talk a little bit about the topic we were just talking about. Give me a few minutes.
If readers come back.
Yes.
Oh, on the importance of time management.
Yeah, not that yet, but on what we were just talking about. Yes.
Right. Have you ever seen the movie Waiting for Guffman?
No, I haven't seen it yet. No.
It's about a group of. It's a comedy. It's about a group of community actors and the sort of theater. If you've ever been in community theater, seen it, it's pretty true to life, right, Jason? And,
yeah.
So. Director is this guy named Corky, and he's ambiguously gay, and his lead actor drops out, and the best line from it is something that I feel whenever any reader comes and tells me, hey, thanks for recommending Mark Wandrey or Jason Anspach. I've really discovered a great writer. And Corky's line is, I hate your butt face. No, I'm everybody's biggest fan. That's the way I like to be. I don't like to, you know, I was the kid who liked turning people on to cool bands in school or, you know, like cool books. I think I worked in a Borders for a long time, and I picked up on girls by suggesting. I know everything's so weird now, but I like girls, so I used to like, you know, want to date them, and a way that I would date them is I would try to be really literary and suggest Alexander Solzhenitsyn, or, you know, Interview with a Vampire, things like that. So I really got a thrill out of it when a book hit home with somebody, and so I'm still like that. I love to recommend books. And then switching over to the time management question.
Yes, thank you.
I mean, I'm different. I write full time. This is my job.
You suck.
But I have to write in some very odd circumstances
Oh.
because my wife is a professional opera singer. She's been on the show.
Yes,
remember?
Lovely woman. Absolutely,
Yes.
I love lovely woman.
Yeah, so I follow her around and write in lobbies, in hotels,
In the
and
car.
cars, and theaters, and backstage, and sometimes on the street, and all kinds of dangerous places. So my time management basically consists of just following my wife around and writing on my laptop.
How important is it for you to be able to keep your creative expression going while you're having to do it in various, perhaps sometimes even odd places? How do you do that? Because I get people that say, well, I've got no time to be able to do anything, but yet they have to wait for long periods of time for other people in their family or other whatever situation, and they go, I just can't do it. I want you to break that excuse for them and tell us how you can be creative in these odd different places to work.
Yeah,
at.
it's interesting. You've actually hit something that's a really big thing for me. So let me tell you why I'm such a strange and beautiful, wonderful creature. I see a lot of writers out there, you know, and especially when you're on Facebook, you get a look at everybody's process, and they're like, I've got to have my troll to write, you know, or my 16 cups of coffee, or you look at their desk and it looks like a shrine that they've created, like they're trying to gin up some sort of spiritual power to get into it. And I disagree with that totally. One, I was in the military. In the military, you have to train to fight in a variety of places, in a variety of circumstances. You have to adapt. There never is anything such as perfect. So you just got to do stuff and learn how to do it on the move and be mobile. After the military, I was an actor, and being an actor is about driving through two hours of traffic, sitting in a lobby with a bunch of really good-looking people who are far better looking than you, reading for your part, and then just going in and suddenly ginning up, honey, that's a great cup of coffee. I've learned how to just do it. And when I see all these people operating with these totems and things like that, you know, or I'll listen to writers who say that they need to be under some sort of the influence of some sort of substance to do it. I'm very anti that. My whole thing is I have a higher power. I have a spiritual power. I'm a Jesus freak. So I just pray to God and I go wherever I'm at. And writing's fun for me. I know the beginning and I know the ending, but everything in between is kind of a mystery. And so I want to read the book too. And that's what writing is like for me. So I try not to have any totems. I try not to have any rituals. And I can't because of my lifestyle. You know, tonight I've been writing in this theater behind me. I write in the car some nights. I edited Control-Alt-Revolt while driving down the 99 highway from Northern California to Southern California. So it's kind of fun. I feel bad for people who are tied because, you know, it's a hurricane can knock over your desk, and then where are you?
All right, so I want to talk to you a little bit about, I mean, are there any kind of websites, any kind of apps, any kind of screens that you use, some kind of literary something or other that helps benefit you when you're writing solely on your laptop? Do you use like any program?
Nope, just Word and go for it. Word in a chapter a day. I think Hemingway was smart when he said, you know, kind of finish with a little bit more, like stop your day kind of knowing where you're going to go tomorrow. And then that way it's kind of like priming the pump. Then it's, you know, you become a writing machine. And Stephen King talks about this and on writing. It is a roller coaster. There is a higher power. And sometimes you just kind of have to disengage and just write.
Right.
I feel bad for people who have to plan out everything. I sometimes can feel that when I read it. You know, but I'm not saying it's bad. Different strokes for different folks. But, you know, your characters will want to do things that you may not want them to do. And the mistake is to insist on your way.
All right. We're going to go over to Jason. We're going to see what his process is.
That's all I have
we're
to
going to
say.
talk. Thank you. Time management. We're going to talk to Jason about his time management. Everybody is different. They all have, you know, different kinds of things that they work well under, different pressures and or situations. So, Jason, talk to us about your process of time management and how you manage to crank out the words you do.
Yeah, well, you know, my wife and I have a saying, and that's everybody thinks that they're the busiest person they know. Like, without fail, you talk to anyone, and they're always the busiest person that there is. And in some cases, it's true, and in some cases, it's not. But when it comes to writing, like Marcus said and like Nick has said, you've got to just sit down and do it. So I have a full-time job. I'm not a full-time writer. And I have a wife, I have a border collie, and I have 6 children. And so with all of that, I am able to write and release at least 2 books a year, and not neglect my family and not neglect my job. And it's just a matter of disciplining yourselves and just sitting down and getting those fingers moving. I think if you don't have hours to sit in front of a blank screen, you can certainly turn off your television or change your daydreaming or story you're going on. So I give myself, maybe on a tough day, maybe I get 30 minutes. And in 30 minutes, I can do 500 to 1,000 words. And the reason I can do that is because I spend so much time away from the keyboard thinking about what's going to happen in the story. So that when I sit down, the scene has already been thought of, the story has already been revealed to me, and I'm just writing what I remember at that point. And so that's always worked really well for me. I'm a daydreamer by nature. I think a lot of writers are. And I spend time in the shower. I spend time commuting. I spend time just kind of while you're drifting off into sleep, thinking about the story, thinking about what's going to happen, so that when I do get that time in front of a screen, I can just go to work and just start typing, and then it works out.
All right, we're going to go over now to, I believe, Mark, and we're going to get his version of what time management is about. Nick's having too much fun over there, I can tell you.
Well, Mark's Skype profile is funny.
All right, come on, Mark. Give me.
Oh, you found me on Skype, did you? Great.
Well, when you don't talk or turn off the camera, we see your profile.
Oh, what does it look like? I don't remember.
It's insulting.
It looks like you giving the finger.
Yeah, it's terribly insulting.
It's
That's
that
what it
one.
is. I guess it's that one. I guess I better change that.
It's that one.
You're a successful
I saw
writer now.
that.
You can't flip off your fans.
I saw.
Chris Kennedy's gonna hear about this one. Okay.
When I walked over, when I walked into cyberspace and I saw your profile picture that Nick had, sent me over. Hey, go get this guy, because I'll coolio. That's a good guy. And I saw that, I was like, this guy either has a really great sense of humor, or I'm going to want to throttle him against the wall a few thousand times. Let's see how this works out. So I want to try and get you to talk about time management, Mark. You go ahead and do that right now.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. I'm really. Well, first of all, I'm embarrassed that it's still that, and it actually ended up on
time
podcast.
management.
That's even great.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Time management.
Okay. I'm going to manage that.
Thank you.
I come from a really weird background because when I started writing, go figure. When I started writing, I was a truck driver. Actually, that was my career when I met my wife, and she was a lot lizard, and we went from there. But no, I'm kidding. Don't kill me. It's how we met up, and it's a complicated story, but everything. That's when I wrote on the road. I would write a little bit here and then. It was been a hobby my whole life, and I learned to be able to have to figure out that time to write and how to put stuff down. And when I transitioned into sitting at a desk and doing a job, I started as a customs broker. And basically, once I figured the job out, it took about 10% of my brain. The other 90% had to find something else to do. And that's when I started being serious about writing, because it realized that writing time was perfect. And just like Jason said, I constantly work on ideas. In fact, I've been working on an idea where we're sitting here and taking some notes, but a lot of it's all mental. I told them, excuse me, let me organize my thoughts here. I said, I don't outline in a panel about it. And the reality is that Chris Kennedy pointed out, and somebody else said, I actually do. I just don't put it on paper. I put it all in my head. I've got outlines of 2 different books ready to go, and I keep it in my head. And that's like Jason mentioned, when I get in front of the computer every night, if it's all there in pieces, boom, I start to throw it out. I'm a bad writer. I don't write every night, but I try. Sometimes I just stare at the computer, look at the lines of the last thing I read, and then nothing comes out. And I've matured enough as a writer, I think, to realize that that's going to happen. And when that does, I turn it off and I do something else. I come back to it tomorrow. But I try to every night. And most nights I succeed. My output is, 300,000-400,000 words a year is what I try to get in the paper, and which equate to about 4 books. I don't always get there, and it doesn't always turn into 4 books, but that's the goal. So to manage that time, I have a plan for what I do. I have a little computer I take with me. It's a little Asus computer over here, or Asus, depending on how you pronounce it. Tiny little, basically it's a tablet with a keyboard, and that goes with me to work. And if the mood's with me right and I have the idea, I sit there and I eat my lunch and I type at the same time. I work on it. And my coworkers think I'm insane because I'm on the computer all day. Then I go to lunch. What do? I'm on the computer. But it's for my own time.
Can you talk a little bit about that? Because there are some folks that actually, they do a lot of screen time. And it's very hard on the eyes to be able to look at that glare. Now I know there's some programs out there, and I have one on my computer that I use to be able to cut the glare down. Do you use one of those, or Nick? Do you use that computer a lot? Do you have an anti-glare thing to help you?
I probably kind of should have, but I just have bifocals instead. So my eyes are just steadily deteriorating. But I've got decent enough vision. I can actually type without the glasses on. They're mainly for mid-range reading. So I'm either, doing this or doing that, but it works okay. I never used anything special.
Nick, do you have any anti-glare for your screen, or are you just go without it?
Yeah, just beat the keys into submission.
I have an
submission. I like that.
I have an anti-glare thing on my computer, but you know what I do when it turns itself on, because it's on a timer. I turn it off. I don't know why I have it on there, but they are available, and if anybody listening wants to have the links for that, we can go ahead and get that. All right, we're going to talk about the politics of being an author, and I think I want to start with let's see, who am I going to start with? I'm going to start over with.
Oh, you got to start with Nick.
I'm not going to go. I'm going to, but I'm not. Why? Well, I don't even know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to Jason. Jason, talk about the.
No, I'm laughing because of the face Nick was mentioning. The face he was showing. It was great.
Like, you're going to do it, right? Go over to Jason. Jason, help me out here, Jason.
Yes.
Talk a little bit about the politics of being an author.
So, I mean, part of it is what you make out of it. There's people who attempt to build their careers based on their political views, and more power to them if that's what they want to do. I felt like, I don't know if I bought into a lie or not, but when I first got into the indie world, one of the things I was amazed by was the way that people on all sides of the fence seemed to be able to just coexist and get along and respect one another's opinions. And that was maybe too good to be true, because once like what we kind of lovingly call wrongthink broke out, people like Nick did get sort of kicked out of the side, and I think a lot of mean things were said about him behind his back, of course, and that's unfortunate. So there's, in my opinion, creativity should take the front seat. And are your political beliefs, is what you believe about God, about politics, about the economy, is that going to show up in your writing? Yeah, absolutely it is. Should a creative piece of fiction be discounted or banned, or the author degraded because they don't happen to think the exact same way you do about religion, about politics? Absolutely not. And so as soon as people start saying, oh, yes, it should, that's when there's a tremendous problem with politics in publishing. That's when we're on the edge of a cliff, kind of looking down, and the industry won't survive the fall, or at least the people that are pushing hard won't survive the fall. I think if you step out of the way, you'll be just fine. But the people that are pushing hard, they're pushing hard because they think, if I toe this line, I'm going to make a lot of money. People are going to respect how much of a zealot I am for this, and then they're going to buy my books. And I think that's just not true. I think that just doesn't happen at all. And I think already you're seeing backlash from the people that are saying, you must think this way. This is the way a science fiction writer thinks. This is the way a science fiction writer writes. And people are saying, no, it's not. And it never has been.
I want to go over to Mark now. I'm saving Nick for last because there's a particular thing I really want him to expound on. Not that I don't want you to talk for a while, Mark, on this particular topic, but that's why I'm going to do it this way. So go ahead, Mark. I want you to talk on the politics of being an author.
I would like to say there isn't any, but it's absolutely a lie, of course. It's slopping over with it. Nick's a beautiful example of just how ugly it can get. We walk in a political minefield when we do a lot of this stuff. You want to be able to write whatever you feel like you want to write. And really, that's exactly the way it should be, because this cuts to the core of what America is in the freedom of speech. Writers just say what they think, and it comes out. And if you don't like it, you know what? You shake your head and you move on, or you yell top of that mountain, you shouldn't be reading this, but you don't try to stop it. When you try to stop what other people are saying and you don't agree with it, And that's the problem I see is generally the conservative libertarians are like, I'm not going to listen to that. That's tripe, whatever. But the other side of the spectrum, they're like, we need to shut it down.
Yeah.
We need to shut them up and stop them. And that is disgusting. It's let me use a word that's being used now. That's deplorable. Really, it is, and we should not tolerate that. And that's what happened with the Hugos. It became that. It's like, we don't like what they're saying, so we're not going to let anybody recognize them, even though that person might be selling millions of books.
Give me because I am not on the inside of the author world as far as the Hugos and things of that sort. Give me a little bit of a background on what the Hugos were originally and what they turned them into.
The Hugos basically were the preeminent award, the Hugos and the Nebulas, but more so the Hugos of science fiction, fantasy books, basically. Of books, short stories, media. They evolved into blogs and stuff as well, and podcasts, and also fanzines. So if you were the best, you had one of the best books out there. It was open to anybody who would buy an admission to Worldcon. You'd be able to vote on it, and they were nominated, and that's the way they would then be voted upon. And up until about 1995, that's completely the way it was. You look at the list of all the history of the winners and the nominations, and I was talking about lunches with my wife and a friend of ours. I said, when you look back before 1995, you would see these epic titanic battles of what was most popular between these greatest works in science fiction, and it was not a matter of deciding who was on what side of what political spectrum is what book was best. And that was incredible. That's what it was all about. But about 1995, what happened is you started getting certain political beliefs involved in it. And it says, well, writing is not inclusive enough, and we have to make sure that the right people are saying the right things, because some writers got the idea that our job as writers is to influence society. It's not. It's to entertain fans. It's what they want to hear. If you write it, they will come. This sort of a thing. But the problem is, a lot of the crap these people are winning now is writing. Nobody's reading it. Maybe a fantastic piece of work to them and their three friends, but the problem is nobody does it. When somebody like Larry Correia can't win a Hugo for some amazing works, you have a huge problem. And I'm talking tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people reading their books, and they're like, nah, they actually tell Larry Correia, you're not a real writer. That's an inside joke now online. Nick knows all about it too. And that's the story of what's happened to the Hugos. And they started a campaign about 4 years ago called Sad Puppies, because they joked to me, says, isn't he a sad puppy? He's never won. So they took that and ran with it, and a bunch of them started nominating, saying, here's a list of books we think should win. And everybody started calling it slate nominating, which is something Tor has done all along, and the whole thing just blew up in the hell. And it ended up with the Dragons. So actually one good thing came out of it. Now there actually is a fan award.
All right. I'm going to go over to Nick. When we first initially started talking, when I asked you, I said, do you have anything that has happened to you really cool or, whatever, talk to me about it. And then you told me about what these select few had done to you. I was kind of like, my mind was just like, where are they going? And then when you told me that it was such a small piece in that particular work, and that everything else around it was just really great, and including that piece, and I said, oh, I got to know what this is. And we had a discussion about it. I was like, that's it? That's all this is? That's it? And you're like, yeah, but they really blew it out into this really big, huge thing. And they did these ugly things against you to try to discredit you. I was, I wouldn't necessarily say mortified, but I was very taken aback that people would go to that kind of a level. So let's talk a little bit about, if you would, about the piece that people got all up in arms about, and why this is such a political hotbed that you've found yourself in.
First off, thank you so much. I appreciate that support, and that's all I ever wanted from anybody, was an honest airing of the situation. The piece that I wrote was Control-Alt-Revolt, and it's about an artificial intelligence that's gained self-awareness, and it's looking at the world And, you know, okay, imagine you're an artificial intelligence today, and you look at CNN and you look at Fox and you look at Drudge. Do you really feel like in this moment that this bunch of psychopaths is who you want to reveal yourself to? I mean, we're killing people left and right. So the AI becomes a villain in the story, and I needed a motivation for the villain, and I just didn't want to do the Matrix or Terminator, Skynet, humanity as a virus. I wanted to give it an emotion for its survival, and so I used the abortion issue, and that this AI looks at a reality television show where there's sort of, you know, and obviously reality television is literally, you know, the bottom of society, but we're all luridly fascinated about it. And this AI may not have those coping skills, and it just sees how the issue is treated, and it suddenly becomes frightened that it might be aborted, and so it decides to abort humanity first. And that was one page, and it was the beginning of the novel, and I never talk about it again or anything like that. But the editors at my mainstream big publishing house felt that what I had, the words that they used to communicate that to my agent were that they were deeply offended by what I had written. And I thought that was just preposterous. Now, the second part of your question is, why has this taken place? And I'm going to get all weird here, but the Bilderberg Group. No, I'm just joking. That's a conspiracy thing. But it's in a certain way, go with me. That was a joke, but there's a little more to it than that.
It's actually really not very funny because it just isn't.
Yeah. But it is. No, I'm just joking. But there is okay. We're obviously seeing with this election, everything like that, we're seeing a battle for the soul of America. And I'm not going to say, you know, right wing or left wing or anything, but these two sides are literally making their case to the American people. This is the way we want to go. Both sides passionately believe that the direction that they want to go is the direction of the country. The left, in my opinion, as a far right-wing, rabid conservative, even a social conservative, I'm a total complete nut. But if you look at the left and the things that they're doing, they're engaging in a form of social engineering. And if you look at socialist tactics in the past and left-leaning tactics, they've always tried to come through entertainment mediums or propaganda mediums. So if we go back to now, Mark's history was excellent. If we go back into the early myths of science fiction, everybody here except Jason is sort of old enough to remember that science fiction used to not be cool. Remember? It used to be kind of just geeky, and like people didn't admit to playing Dungeons and Dragons, and people didn't admit, you know, in 1985, Back to the Future makes fun of it. Remember, McFly's dad writes science fiction, and he's the biggest dork in the world. Is that true? Well, that was how science fiction was always perceived. But then suddenly, I mean, and remember, science fiction TV series couldn't survive. Star Trek, who everybody worships to this day as some sort of, you know, canological pantheon moment, barely made it 2.5 seasons and then was canceled. Science fiction shows were, yeah, science fiction shows were dreck. They were, but we loved them. We thought it was great, but like they were universally hated. Then suddenly around the mid-90s, suddenly science fiction starts to become sexy. In the 2000s, it becomes really sexy. And now pretty much every major studio picture is a science fiction picture now. But if you look at the messages in the pictures, they're left messages. So what I think happened, I think that someone like George Soros, or if not George Soros, funded a takeover of science fiction. And that's how they got invested in Tor. Tor led the way. And they basically said, let's take a weak medium like science fiction that's filled with asocial nerds and rewrite it as message propaganda for the masses. And you know what? It's worked, and they won.
Yep.
So where do you think that this is going to?
And if you don't believe me, they got Jason. Look, he's gone.
He's gone.
So
just like that, I
Just say
messaged him to
Jason's
see if he, they, you know. Just,
no, they got him. The Bilderbergs got him. No,
I thought I heard a
joking.
drone a minute ago.
But everything that I've said is true. I believe science fiction was a weak medium that was ripe for takeover by a propaganda arm. Let's just say George Soros, but it could be anybody. But it was somebody who financed a takeover. And if you look at the dreck that's coming out of groups like Tor and HarperCollins and all of them, they're writing science fiction that's so far left it's not even funny. And now the latest trend is climate fiction. They're literally going to make up stories about climate change in essence to support something that doesn't have the data. So we won't get it there. I mean, everybody gets crazy about climate change, but when you're having to write fiction about climate change, that's message fiction. So science fiction has almost become completely message. If you get really crazy and weird like me, and you start to watch the Avengers, or you start to watch The Walking Dead, or you watch anything science fiction today, it is absolutely rife with left messages, and that's kind of a bummer. But they conducted a coup-like takeover of a weak medium to influence a broader mass. The proof of it is a lot more people are into science fiction than they were when I was a kid.
Absolutely. I think Jason's phone might have died or something like that. I did try to message him, so I'm hoping that we can actually get him back in here, but he hasn't messaged back, so I think his phone died. Poor guy. Hopefully he'll be able to find a plug or something like that to get back in. All right, so I know that my co-host has had a question for a little while. If you still have your question or you have something that's different, go ahead, DD, and take
No,
your...
I still work with these two guys.
Sure, great.
I know a while back y'all were talking about I know Nick was talking about no stimulant, but if you're sitting there writing and you find that the story is starting to slow down, is there anything you do to stimulate the story or stimulate your creates to pick it back up? This is for both of you.
Mark, you want to take that first? Mark, you want to take that first?
Sorry, I didn't hear my name. Yeah, main thing I try to do is I have right now. What I do is I have three. Well, I had two. Now I have three worlds that I'm writing in. So I'm literally working on several books at the same time at various levels, and I'll switch to something else. Every once in a while, if I'm desperate, I'll jump into a game like World of Tanks and just kill some jackwads or something like that to, get it out of my system or whatever. Movies, I think our house collection is nearly 400 movies we have in our collection, so I'll grab some good sci-fi and slap it on. Almost always gets me going. Watch some, Battlestar Galactica. Yes, the new series is better than the old one. Sorry, suck it up. It's just the truth.
Really?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it is. It is.
When it came on, I had that sneer on my face you get. I'm like, okay, well, this is
Yeah.
gonna be really Starbucks, a chick, really. By the end of the first season, our whole family was waiting for it to come on, and we were watching with bated breaths. It was kick your ass in your face science fiction.
Yeah.
They made a carrier work in space. Oh, it was good. It was good. It was good. Yeah, it ended kind of crap, the way they ended it. But I blame the writers, not the creators. It was great. And Bear doing all the music. Oh my God, it's inspiring. It's incredible. And so anyway, I got off on a tangent. That's what I'll do. Try to get going again, but work on something else. I've got one book I've been trying to write for 20 years. One day I'll actually finish it because I've wrote it 4 times now. I'm talking about, of course, it's just it'll be my opus if I ever finish it. Either that or it'll be the worst piece of crap I've ever written. But I'll finish it again someday.
All right, Nick, what do you have to say about this particular topic?
So the question was how, when I find myself flagging, and how do I kick it up and get the story going again, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I'm going to let everybody in on a secret. There is this thing called cocaine. No.
I believe that. Yeah. Well, Crunchy.
Tell me more.
Cocaine.
Our engineer is very wound up. He doesn't need, caffeine is like you give this guy See, I don't think of Crunchy. He's a squirrel. He's a bipedal, but I don't think of him as an animal. I think of him as kind of like a human. So we give him every once in a while. He gets he likes hot mocha and he likes coffee. and the really high espresso.
Well, then he's
stuff.
gonna love.
Go ahead and,
He's
and
gonna
tell
love
us
cocaine then.
what. No, and that's so far from you that I would not even believe that for a million years. Go ahead.
I was just joking. I was just joking.
You are so
no,
funny.
because I was an actor for a long time, and I studied improv. Everything is always actor. I know, but when you do improv, it's kind of like creating a story. And so what I immediately do when I feel like, oh, something's, I don't like to get bogged down into things, and you can see it sometimes, like when someone's writing about a gun and someone's going to get shot. They, now the guy pulls out the gun. Now, I'm going to give you this thing. And you see people dancing around something that you as the reader know is going to happen. So what I do is just advance it right to that point. I just kill the guy. Sometimes I don't even shoot him. I just kill him. Like if you ever read Cormac McCarthy's No Country for Old Men, he does one of the most brilliant, the story's kind of cruising along. The hitman has said, I'm going to come get you. He said, well, I'm going to get you first. And you can see like, oh, well, this will be great. This story is going to be this sort of submarine duel between this Texas, like good old boy and a hitman. And the next scene is the cops are picking the Texas good old boy's body up off the floor.
Yeah.
And yeah. So like that taught me right there, just go to the next thing, go to the power of 10, go to the next big, unbelievable leap. Don't get wasted with the details, bogged down. Just go to like, okay, let's go to this next thing. And that's what makes a guy like Cormac McCarthy absolutely brilliant. And you can steal from him and be brilliant too.
All right, DD, do you have another question?
You gotta give me a second to think about more.
Sure. All right.
If you keep picking at that, it's never going to heal.
I know. I keep telling him that. And we use Gorilla Tape on him too. Yeah, well, that's what the Gorilla Tape was supposed to be for. And we tried super glue. It just wasn't working. We got the Gorilla Tape out. Then there was this other accident that he and Crunchy had while they were on leave for 7 months. And I don't want to get into that. That's kind of rough.
Yeah,
what we want to talk about. What I know, yeah. So they give you enough time to think of something, or do I need to go for my next question?
Go on for your next question. It'll pop in.
All right, just message me when you have it. How important are doing panels and having discussions like this for creatives, and what do you think the real purpose of it is? And we're going to start with, I'm going to go over to, getting tired, Mark. Panels. Mark.
Getting tired of me, huh? That's awesome.
I didn't say of you. I said I'm getting tired. God, what a blink.
I think it was Nick that said, no, it was Jason, who said that, part of our problem is a lot of, especially at my point, you get this imposter syndrome going on. And Larry Correia,
Yes.
He wrote a great list. He lists the authors from A to Z and says, what's an A author and stuff like this. He did it tongue in cheek, but actually it's brilliantly written. And every author, I think, can find themselves in there. And this level I'm at now is this one level past, or right where in the middle of, I'm kind of splitting these two, where one of the things you suffer from is you think you're an imposter. You feel like it. And it says, hey, you're convinced any minute your fans are going to realize you're full of crap and stop reading your stuff. So that's exactly that point that I'm at. And you know what? I've completely forgotten what your damn question was.
My damn question was, my damn question was about panels. When I get tired,
Right.
I kind of like do different accents, and Nick knows that too. So, go
Yes.
I think
Help me
they're
out.
absolutely essential, and more, especially for newer authors. I mean, even the old ones, you have to get out there and get around, establish the A, B, C, D list authors. But people like me, it's exposure. It's huge, and it's great for me because I used to be an actor way back in school. But now in my 50s, I've given that stuff that's gone so far. I actually have trouble with public speaking, and I tend to be bombastic anyway a lot of times. So I get a little carried away. You can't figure that out, I'm sure. But it's good practice for me, and it also gets more exposure. And most importantly, I get to hear from people like Nick, who's really doing a great job doing this, from people like Jason, who figured it out, from people like you who straddle the industry, and know everything that's going on. You kind of got a good feel, like your finger on the pulse, Jackie. You know what's you know all the aspects that are going on. Where all as writers, a lot of times we only tend to see a narrow view. We want to be able to see more of this, and every once in a while I hear great ideas from people how they're doing stuff. But one of the things I like about doing panels, especially at cons, is realizing that I've kind of figured a lot of this out. Now, I don't know it all. I never will, but I think I understand how this process works, and it works for me, and I'm happy to share it. But as I say in panels, this is caveat emptor. Whatever I share, it may not work at all for you, because every writer is different to one degree or another.
What do you think has been the most valuable asset that you've gained with doing a panel?
I think it's realizing that I am exactly where others were. There's almost no, every once in a while an author will come out with a book and be an instant superstar. Sure, it happens. J.K. Rowling,
Yes.
Lightning strikes. It does happen. But I think somebody was mentioning either today or before, they said, or maybe it was just in this interview now, you said you can't write for an award. I was listening on my Facebook wall a while ago. I don't know if Nick saw this conversation, but one of my fans came on and said, well, you need to write the best book ever. You need to write to get that great success. And I was like, that's absolutely wrong. You just write books and write what you want, and hopefully somebody will like it and you'll succeed. Write a good book, but don't write the Pulitzer Prize winning kind of thing. And everybody just piled on her this. What are you talking about? You're crazy. Then Larry Correia comes on and goes, yeah, you're crazy. And it turned into a big fisting. So it kind of blew up on my wall. But that was exactly the point. You learn that other writers where you were, will be where you are. And you can all learn from each other and go somewhere. We're all in the same process together. We all writers, I think, secretly want to be loved to some degree or another. The fact that somebody will pay us and give us money and we can make a living at it, that's the dream come true right there. That you'll like our stuff enough to buy it all, and we can keep doing more of it.
I'm interested in seeing that full line of list from the A to Z. So I'm going to be asking for where I can find it. Probably later.
I can arrange that.
I would appreciate that. Just send it to me in an email or something like that, because I think that might also apply to some of the other creatives who are outside of the writer field. We're going to go over to Nick and we're going to find out what he thinks, why he thinks. Yes, he is at the back of an opera. I'm quite sure he probably is. Dee Dee wants to know if Nick is at the back alley of an opera. Are you tonight?
Yes, I am. I am what is known in the business as a stage door Johnny.
Very cool. He's waiting for his wife to finish. And I want to really just, I can't thank you enough for doing these interviews the way that you've been doing them. Thank you very much. All right. So we're going to talk to you. Yes, we do. We're going to talk to you about what you find the importance of panels are, and from your perspective, what you feel you either bring to the panel or what you have learned from the panel. From being on panels.
Truly strange panel experiences, because as an indie in 2011, I had a lot of success with a book called The Old Man in the Wasteland, and then that got bought by HarperCollins. And then their next move was, hey, you should go to San Diego Comic-Con, which is the end-all, be-all, I would say, of conventions. And having said that now, I'm going to say smaller conventions are probably better, especially if you're on panels with guys like Larry Correia and John Ringo and David Weber and Mark Wandrey, like really smart, cool, intelligent people. At Comic-Con, you're literally on panels with a bunch of rock stars. My first panel had Cory Doctorow, who writes for the New York Times, and Daniel Wilson and Max Brooks, who wrote World War Z, crashed that panel. So it was a really strange, surreal experience, and what it really is, and what every panel at Comic-Con has ever been for me, is it's a bunch of writers who are desperate to make money, and they're basically trying to pitch their book to people. They're not saying anything meaningful or valid, and it's just like super stupid, because when you're at Comic-Con, you're just, as a writer, you're just nobody, and it's you're acutely aware of it. At other conventions, I'm not talking like being somebody is interesting, but people actually are there because they want to hear you. At San Diego Comic-Con, they're just waiting for the room to be free because Robert Downey Jr. is coming in next.
Right.
And it's seriously like that. They could care less who you are. You're literally talking to a group of people who want nothing to do with you. They just camp out in the room because a really big panel is coming up next. So it's really super surreal. And I think one of the last panels I was on with this one lady, and she was the most obnoxious person ever. She would not let anybody speak. She talked over everybody. She told you were stupid for what you know, like she didn't mean to say it, but like whatever you said, she just came in and said, and she did it to everybody. She just said, well, that's not the real answer. This is. So you meet a lot of people who, in my opinion, got into writing for all the wrong reasons. They actually got into writing because they wanted to be rock stars. And when you get to Comic-Con, it's very easy to think that you are a rock star,
Even
but
if you're not.
You're suddenly acutely aware of who the real rock star is when you're walking through the main room, and like a literal, like, you know, a cordon of security literally pushes you out of the way to get Robert Downey Jr. through, and you're like, oh, okay, I'm nobody. So it's really not valid. Going to the smaller fan cons like, you know, Liberty Con or even Dragon Con, which is huge, or any of the cons, I think fans are much more interested, their readers, to engage with you. At San Diego Comic-Con, it's surreal. Now, the best con I ever did, experience panel, was at Long Beach Comic-Con, which is a smaller Comic-Con, and I was actually on a panel with Jonathan Mawberry. He writes
Oh, nice.
he writes the Rotten Ruin fiction. He's just a great writer and a great guy. And Peter Klein, who wrote 14 and X Heroes and stuff like that. So we're all on a panel and no one's in the room, just one girl. And we're like, are we in the right room? And they keep checking. Yeah, you're in the right room. There's no one there. It turned out they had us in the wrong room. So we didn't just give up. We just did a panel for this one girl. Those two guys are rocks. Yeah, those two guys are rock stars. And they were perfectly willing. And we just, like, the panel was on how to write books. And the three of us literally sat around this one girl and answered every question about how to write books. And when you know about Jonathan Mawberry's body of work, it's huge. So, you know, it was really special, and it just showed me what a really neat guy he is.
I'm gonna see if I can. I think I don't know if you guys heard that come over the speaker, but I think Jason is trying to get back into the call. The problem with him doing it the way he's trying to do it is because he really needs to have this Facebook open. Just because you're connected in with the Google Hangouts, it won't allow you to be able to, if you can, you might want to use the phone to message. I don't, I have my phone, but I've been trying to get a hold of him and send him a message to get him to open up his, get him to open up his Facebook, but I haven't been able to reach him. If there's anyone that might be able to message him to try and bring him back, that would be great. If you have his phone number, you want to call him, because I don't have his phone number. I'm pretty sure that it's him that's trying to get back in. We're going to go over now while all of that fun stuff is happening, and we're going to talk about the importance of having a mentor or someone to help guide you, you know, through the process. Even if it's just someone to listen to you go on about something, they don't necessarily have to be helping you with a writer situation. So for that, I'd like to go over to Mark and have him and what his expression is about having a mentor.
I think it's essential if you can find one who can be yours. For a while, it was kind of the thing I actually was hoping to find. I just literally wanted to latch onto somebody who would, like, walk me through the process and take me to the top and that sort of thing, you know, and introduce me to Tony Weisskopf from Baen and go, you need to look at his books. His books are the greatest stuff. And I realized that really that only kind of happens in the books. It would be a lightning striking sort of thing. And I actually kind of realized in the course of writing all these books and trying to figure it out and get to the modest place where I am now that I really want to kind of do this myself anyway. So what I just try to do is use what I mentioned earlier. It's kind of the shadow mentor, where you're following what somebody does, you're watching what they're doing, you're picking up the hints and asking a few questions. try not to. I've even masqueraded as the fanboy. Well, I might have still been fanboying, but whatever. You still sneak a question in or get an answer on them and stuff. And you learn that there's really as many ways to the top as there are levels at the top. That you could do it 1,000 different ways. You could have the single good success book and build on that, or you can just keep writing books till somebody likes something. My zombie book, A Time to Die, that's what it was. I didn't really want to write it. I like it. It turns out when I got into it, I enjoyed it, but it wasn't the genre that I wanted to write in, because I thought it was played out. And when I realized once I was in there, I thought, holy hell, there's actually, like, I think within that category, there's over 1,000 books right now playing out in Amazon within the top 1,000, 2,000 range. So I was shocked to find out there's that many. It's a very vibrant, actually still growing. People are still feeling it out. The bottom's not been reached even close. Sparkly vampires are dead, I think, but obviously, zombies are still very popular. I think Fear the Walking Dead would have been a great series if they'd bothered writing one instead of the dreck that they turned out, unfortunately. By the end of the first season, we were rooting for the zombies.
Yes.
But,
Yes.
And I think the actors actually weren't that great of a choice either. They had some talent, but it was poorly utilized. I could probably say 1,000 things about it, but I guess I didn't.
I think what they were trying to do with that is that they were trying to monetize on The Walking Dead, and there's certain things that's a bad idea to do.
I said at a panel today, I said they ended up making Walking Dead, CSI Miami. They tried to, do that. They told it, they thought they lied to us what they did. They said they're going to make a series. We're going to tell the backstory about how the ZA happened.
Right.
And which was great because in the movie, if you've seen the Walking Dead series, spoiler alert, they literally have I think a 3-month jump where they just hop from the Sheriff Rick getting shot to he wakes up and it's over. The zombie apocalypse is over with and everybody's dead. And now after you've watched 6 seasons of that, you're like, whoa, what is that backstory? And the writers of the comics never told us. So they were going to tell us. And yep, they lied. Bullshit. They didn't tell us. I'm sorry. I meant to ask you if this PG-13 or what.
It is PG. It is PGG, but
okay,
we're
bull
good with
poop
that.
Instead. But it looks like Nick was being mugged there for a second. The way he was
I know, right? What's going on? Are you okay? You're being attacked by zombies, or are you all right?
I'm good. I'm hanging in there.
All right, you're awesome.
Well, but with the mentor too, I really, whenever somebody expressed an interest and I talk to them, I continue it. And I'm feeling a little bit of like I'm getting some mentoring from Nick. He's willing to help me out. We've talked to him. He gave me a cover blurb from my new book coming out, Cartwright's Cavaliers. It's on the cover. It's ready to go. He didn't read that book. He read another one, but he said I was great, and it's on the cover. So
it's that part of it. If he, I know enough about Nick to say that if he thinks that book is going to be good enough, and he puts his name on it, then that is a pretty solid hand up.
I really respected his opinion that he liked my book so much because his was so good. I really value his opinion. All
right, so we're going to go over to Nick.
I got a quick one about that, talking about mentors, especially with Mark. With your mentors, have they, I gotta say it right, creatively critiqued it and you advised to their advice or ignored it?
I haven't had any of my works to this point, unfortunately, handed over to somebody of Nick's caliber or anybody like that for them to look at and decide what they thought of it. I've really been working entirely with editors, with some of them really good, and my fans. I try to give I've got a select group of fans I give it to and let them make the decision for me and hope I'm right. I'm getting the critiques in this new book, Cartwright's Cavaliers, now from my beta readers, and they're like, great, great, great. And I'm having this imposter syndrome. I'm thinking, God, this is a departure for me. Are you sure this is really good? Because the protagonist is an 18-year-old fat kid who's a gamer geek who ends up running a mercenaries company. And I'm thinking, geez, this is kind of tricky transition. I want to make sure that my military fans don't go, this is crap. This would never happen. So I love to get it under somebody's nose, but it's one of these things I don't have somebody at that level that I can give it to, and and when you're at this level, you can't just walk up to somebody big and like John Ringo, hey John, would you read this? Because I know what the answer is going to be. Yeah. He has 1,000 people a day asks him to read manuscripts. It just isn't going to happen. Maybe someday I'll have friends I can do that with, but for now I have to take what I can get. So my fans like it, the editors like it. That's what you go with at this level.
You have to, when you have beta readers, and I've learned this from only being in the short stint at the publishing house that I was at, you have to really be very confident in your beta readers.
Yeah.
Because you're going to believe what they have to say, and if they have to say, hey, this stuff is really good, that's great. But here's the other thing about it. Being a creative myself, I've written one book, and it took me about way longer than what it probably should have, but I understand the process. I never had
the book took as long as it needed to take, by the way.
Thank you. I didn't have the ability to have people that understood the genre that I was writing in enough to be able to read it and go, yeah, it's good, or it's not good. It's very dry in places. It's a how-to book, but it's medically based, and to be able to help doctors and their care physicians be able to help people through a particular technique.
Interesting.
Having said that, you have people that you trust. That's very good. But the thing about it is, I think that you probably should get a new group of beta readers for each book you do, because you don't want them to get into the process of saying, hey, that's really good, and that's what you expect, and you expect them to say that, because you could fall into a trap. And
it's avoiding the fanboy beta readers, yes.
Yeah, you gotta do that, and you also have to have a couple of people that that don't necessarily enjoy that genre read it.
One of my zombie books, Time to Die, came out. One of the test readers was specifically not into the zombie genre, and he read it anyway. And they said it was good. So
see, and that's when you know that that's the silver tuna. You know that you got something when somebody. I know, right? That's an old saying. That's the silver tuna right there. That's when you know you got something that can actually go somewhere. When somebody clear out of the blue goes, yeah, that's really good. I had a hard time putting it down, et cetera, et cetera. All right, we're going to go over to Nick, and we're going to have this same topic. Now, you've got a lot more experience under your belt as far as this. So I'm interested in finding out whom is your mentor. Is it someone that is also doing the same thing that you're doing, or is it someone that's outside of your genre that you go to, or do you not have one?
I don't have one. I just, like
Nick
I said,
is his own
it's just
mentor.
I am my own Jedi Master. I think
was
that makes me a
the
Sith.
mirror was his mentor.
I think that makes me a Sith, actually.
Only a Sith speaks in black and whites.
Yeah, exactly. For me, it's it's all God. It's him and I writing it, and I'm just listening and doing it. The next step is it goes to my wife. My wife is very literal, so she will go through it and call me out on everything. And I just finished an edit today with her, and I basically took every edit that she put in there. So it's there. I have a lot of readers who really like me, and they want to be first, and they're on my beta reader list. But I know that like a lot of the times they'll just say it's good, but not always. Like, I mean, if I look at my good reviews, I know certain people, my Goodreads reviews, and they'll be like, I like Nicole, this is not my favorite book. But I'm really open to that because I write weird stuff. I wrote a zombie novel that was a love story. I rewrote The Old Man and the Sea set in a nuclear war. So I get that, I write weird stuff and not everybody gets it. And that early success early on gave me a lot of 1-star reviews. And then Control Alt Revolt got a lot of absolutely batshit crazy left reviews. So I just write it and I put it out there, and it just has to be true to me as I see it. And then if a reader reads it and they say, you got this part wrong, well, the great thing about Amazon is I can just go in there and correct it. But no, I don't really have a mentor or anything like that. I just, I write the story that I see in my head, and I'm just blessed with the way that I write. So I probably should have a mentor. you know, like Mark's absolutely doing right. If you're shadow stalking Larry Correia, here's why you should have a mentor. That guy just bought a mountain. I'm not kidding. He bought a mountain on the amount of his earnings.
Yard
So
Moose Mountain
obviously,
too.
Wow.
so obviously Larry Correia is doing something right, and he should be a mentor for everybody. But Larry's busy, John Ringo's busy, all those guys. So yeah, you should watch and observe what people who are
All
doing
right,
it right are
so
doing. Yeah.
here's one way to be able to do that. If you have someone with whom you admire and they are really doing a bang up job on Amazon and they're doing a great job on panels and all of these other things, you go to their social media. This is going to be a segue into the marketing, which is the last section that I want you guys to talk about, and because I know you both need to get some rest. So you take a look at their blogs, you take a look at their Twitter feed, you take a look at their Instagram, all of their social media. And although you are not going to get the essence of who this person is, and maybe their marketing team is just really a great marketing team, but you're going to get some ideas of what to do and how to do it as far as marketing. Not everybody, like what Mark was saying, there are certain particular things that he's not very well versed in, so he allows for someone else to help give him knowledge about it, mentor him through it, and that's a really great way to do. If we could get more people doing that, that would be phenomenal, and we would have a lot less bickering and people tearing everybody else down, because they wouldn't have time to do that. They'd be marketing and doing their own thing. So what, Mark, do you do as far as marketing of yourself? And do you have anyone that you go and you look at and you see how they're doing? And if so, who is that? Topic is marketing. Go ahead, Mark.
That would be probably Chris Kennedy, who's I kind of screwed up. He's mentoring me right now. He's a good 2-3 steps past where I am.
Not anymore.
No, he still is. He, for a while, at least made a living at it. I'm still at the point where, you know, I have a day job. I work 60 hours a week, and I need to then, you know, write and everything else. It's frustrating for me right now because I knew if I had the fan base and I had the royalties, I could quit. I could write. I make enough writing to keep that going, but I'm not to that point to be able to do it. You know, I'm sorry. Am I putting you to sleep there, Nick? I didn't want to, you know.
No. I'm sorry.
I feel horrible
Sorry.
for Nick. He's got to be like dying over there.
I know.
Right.
I'm just busting your chops, man.
You
but
okay?
yeah, Chris Kennedy knows how to do this game. He knows the networking. He has a massive Twitter presence. He's got 10,000 followers on Twitter. It's insane. He's he's a retired Navy aviator, a colonel, and he's very proper. He dresses well. He had a great profile pic. His picture was in this, you know, on his emoticon online and stuff, which I fixed, by the way. I hope it's showing up differently now.
Okay, I want to talk a little. I want to interject about the importance of the marketing presence when it comes to an author. Here's what I learned in that little stint that I did. You have to have a couple of 2 or 3 different pictures of yourself. You have to have a few that are candid. You have to have one that is an absolute, you know, that's your marketing, your most, what do I want to say? I am getting tired. Your
pensive.
Your most astute
brand.
Thank you. Yes. I want you, you know, that is the kind of thing that you're going to be passing along to all of your media. You can have your candid pictures and they can be cute as hell, and very expressive, but we also need something that says that you are serious about what you craft. Even if you were writing for
Even
kids books, you still, something or other like that. Everybody needs to have a photo that just defines them in what they do. The other thing about that is when you take that most defining picture, you go and you use it on every piece of social media you have. That way people recognize you. And after a little while, you can go and you can put a little bit more candid pictures on there. But if you have these pictures I would have, if I was still working at that marketing company, at that publishing house, I should say, and I was still marketing for people, and it came up your turn to be able to get the once over because you just come into the company, then one of the first things I would say is get that damn picture off there and put something else that's more astute for you, because it does not represent who you are in the craft that you do. I don't mean three-piece suit and all of that, but I do want something that shows that you are an author. That doesn't scream author.
And my Facebook one is that way. The problem is I ignore Google, and that was my Google. It does G+. That's her thing. I'm just there, but I never check it. It's same as Twitter.
All of it has to have the same kind of thing, you know. And
busted.
You know, but to be able to do that so that people, you know, if they do find you in these different places that you've launched yourself off in, you want to make sure that they have that continuous kind of photo. The other part of it is it's really important for branding. Talk about branding. I would like Nick to talk about branding, and as an author, please.
You know, for a long time, I used my Chippendales dancer photo from the 80s, and that was not good. No,
not a dry seat
branding.
in the house.
Branding. You know,
Branding.
It's a weird, wild time with marketing, and writers absolutely have to master this. And I'll tell you right now, with what's about to happen when Barnes & Noble collapses, and big publishing reduces itself to its Cadillac clients, there are a lot of upper Midwest writers who have no clue about marketing. Indies understand marketing. They're absolutely going to flourish, but the big writers, that you're gonna see writers collapse. So this is a really, really vital thing. Branding is great and everything like that. I mean, you should know your brand. When I started out at HarperCollins, it was sort of end of the world Hemingway. You know, it was literary, sort of pulp fiction, that kind of stuff. And that's probably where I still am and what I do. But the main thing is you have to be out on the internet, being interesting, doing interesting things. That's why I have that podcast, Science Fiction Writers Playing Old School D&D. That's why I have my Twitter profile is more my political profile. I'm pretty rabid over there on Twitter at, you know, just sort of commenting politically and things like that. My Facebook profile is for interacting with readers and other writers and things like that. So you should have a division of work, but your brand needs to be constant, and you need to understand that when you step outside that brand, you shouldn't really expect the success that you had to follow you. So this summer I wrote a literary sort of absurdist take on Hollywood. And a lot of my readers didn't follow it. Some did. They love it. It's great. But I didn't get the sales that I got with Control Alt Revolt. And I was fine with that. That was just a labor of love. I just really wanted to write that book. And every writer should be free to do that. But you should make sure that if you start off a heroin dealer, you keep dealing heroin. Don't start, you know, don't start suddenly laying pot on your clients. I use drug references because writing is a drug. Reading is a drug. It is as powerful as liquor and things like that. As Mark said, there are readers right now that are, or Jason said, that are putting down their book tonight. They finished it. They're going right to their Kindle and buying the next book. That is a drug addiction. And that's what you do. And it's a good addiction. It helps people. This is a good one. But if you're gonna develop a brand, and so like Mark was talking about, he has this passion for military sci-fi, and that's great, but it didn't resonate like his zombie thing did. So he's at this crucial moment where you have to say to yourself, if you want to make some money, there is a time and a place where you gotta go with what's working, and you got to develop that brand.
I'm writing a sequel right now.
Yeah, and that's what you got to do. There are a lot of writers, you know, that want to be special snowflakes and they want to write everything. Great. But you're probably not going to get the same impact as, you know, James Patterson does a very certain thing. Stephen King does a very certain thing. Yes, they've both diverged and done other things, but Stephen King makes sure that you get 1 to 2 horror books a year. He writes other stuff, but he makes sure that he keeps mainlining the heroine to you.
Yep.
And so that, that's the way to explain branding. What works is what you're going to do. In acting, we call it anatomy is destiny. As much as we all want to be, Matt Damon, you kind of have to look at your anatomy and say, this is the role that I'm going to play. So you look at me and you're like, that guy's a Brad Pitt easily. So
Steve,
that's,
I was thinking Steve
that's what
Buscemi, but
Steve Buscemi. That's what it's actually Tom Arnold. That's what I get a lot. It used to be when I was young.
So I can't be a magic.
When I was young, I got a different guy that was cool. But as I got older, they're like, you're a Tom Arnold type, and that's when I decided to quit. But anatomy is destiny.
I was thinking a lot of heroin was involved in it.
Yeah, a lot of heroin was involved because of all my heroin references. But the main thing of it is what works is what you want to do. And I know, like for me, I'm going to break all this and I'm going to write some fantasy. And I'm willing to.
Oh no, we lost a dead guy.
I'm trying to. I know. Oh, we did lose a dead guy. I also I got a message from Jason. And he said it was total power failure. Just got my phone back up with a portable battery. So I gave him a link and I said, if you can click it if you can. There's the dead guy again. Hi, welcome back.
Yeah, I was just making sure my sound was working. He said something about your branding and your physique and all that. So Nick, I'm not going to be able to be in Magic Mike 3, right?
I didn't hear the last part.
I said I'm not going to be able to be in. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to be in Magic Mike 3, right?
No, it's you can do this. You just have to commit to becoming the part of an undead stripper male guy. No.
Oh God, this sounds like a book. I got to write this down.
Undead male strippers.
I have been trying to get someone to write my co-host into a book or a movie or something. He's got a nice story to tell. We're not going to do that right now because I don't want to eat up more time. But
check me out on Facebook.
Yeah, Dead Door has his own Facebook page, and we would appreciate it if everybody would do that on there. All right, so I really appreciate everybody's time that have come in on the panel, and if this stupid fly keeps popping around here, if I can get Jason back on for a couple of minutes, that would be great, but I don't think that's going to happen. So please give him my thanks and warmest regards for being on the show, and I appreciate his candor and information about what he thinks indie world is about. I'm going to go over to Mark right now, and I'm going to get your final comments about whatever you want to do to sum up what has either happened on this show or what has happened previous. Give good shout outs for your latest works. I see you got a book there. I want you to give also a shout out again for the convention that you're at, and you will be there tomorrow too. So go ahead and do that and go.
Well, thanks for the time, Jackie. I really appreciate being on the show. It's the first time I've done a live broadcast like this. This is a lot of fun. It's a great chance for me to talk to a crazy guy like Nick and, of course, Jason. And the first time I've been in an interview with a zombie. That's absolutely awesome. It's something more writers should do, especially ones who are trying to get a start like I am or really trying to break out, Don't be afraid of this kind of stuff. Just do it. Ask somebody, hey, could I be on the show? Or do you know a show I should be on? Get that kind of advice for them. As I mentioned, my Earth Song series, go to Amazon.com, put in Mark Wandrey. Hey, it's really easy. I'm the only one there. There's another Wandrey, but he writes German stuff, so you can kind of avoid that. My book that I've had the most success with is A Time to Die. This is me. Okay, I even have a
That's cool. Awesome. Who did the cover? Who did the cover on that?
Done by Cedar Sanderson, actually. She's part of the Bane crowd. She does cover work and everything.
Wow.
She's available. You can check her out. She can do your cover. She's really kind of a cool character. It was really kind of fun. I really like the way it turned out. It's like on the back you see it better, but they have like little zombie viruses. You can see they're floating on the back and all that.
Oh, I like that.
And everything.
That is
so
cool.
Yeah, it turned out really nice. I don't know if I can get a decent picture of it here. There you go.
Yes.
That's the whole thing right there.
Lovely.
The next book I have coming out is called Cartwright's Cavaliers. It's published by by Chris Kennedy Publishing. It'll come out in probably November. There's not a date set. I can't show you a cover for yet because he probably would have climbed through this computer and killed me if I did at this point. So it's
And
not
me
official.
too. Everybody would die. Everybody would die. Yes. It would be bad.
Yeah, it would be horrible. And follow me on Facebook, and you can follow me on Amazon too. I have an Amazon page. My brand is set up well there. You can click that follow author button, and when my next book is published, bang, you'll find out about it. And go to my website, which is Worldmaker, all one word, WORLDMAKER.US, and you can sign up there for my automatic following, and you get all the updates that come through and that sort of thing.
Very cool. Thank you so much. We appreciate
Thank
your
you.
time. All right, I'm gonna go over to Nick. Poor guy. I know you have to be beaten. You're still waiting.
It's got to be wasted.
Yeah. Well,
The heroin, you know, is there going to
jump in there, Nick. Help yourself out. Help yourself out. Just you're drowning
I'll be
over
appearing
there.
I'll be appearing in Magic Mike 3. No, hey, you know what?
Hashtag
I
Magic
absolutely-
Mike 3.
Welcome to the
free
stage,
Magic
Nicole
Mike.
and Dead Door.
No, right?
Exactly. Coming
the
on the
hashtag hung like a hamster.
I just love you guys so much. Thank you for having us on. You guys are just the sweetest, most wonderful people. This is so much fun. I think I've done this show 3 or 4 or 5 times, maybe.
A
And
bunch.
it's just been a hoot. Yeah, so I love it. I love that you guys are back. There's one person missing. Is that okay? Where is he?
Yeah, Scott.
Scott?
He had he had a series of really bad things happen to him. He was hit by a car. He had 2 strokes. He's had a couple of other things, just absolutely mind-bendingly bizarre happen to him. He's around, but he's not around. So
Okay.
and there is no way that, and thank you so much for asking about him. That was Scott Pearson. We love him to death. Hopefully he'll be able to get better and be able to get back onto solid ground again, and in that, and you're gonna make me cry, so I'm gonna quit talking about it.
Well, him and I are brothers from the Army, so I just had to look after him.
Yeah, he's had a lot of things. You know, if you'd send him a message or something like that, I think that would be really cool.
Yeah.
So some people have actually asked, you know, what we're planning on doing, because they've noticed that he's taken leave. We're not replacing him. I might actually bring on another person as co-host. And I've been talking to a couple of people, but Scott will always be our head of all things green over here. Other than that, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much, and get some rest.
Thank you.
Or something. And
Thank you.
continue doing what you're doing. And Dead Door, you know what to do.
Are we leaving? We done tonight?
Yeah, we're done.
Okay. Well, for Nick and Mark and Jason and everybody else who showed up, and Schultz, thanks for showing up and chatting with me in the chat room too, every week. You know, make sure you come out to YouTube, Zombiepalooza Radio Live, and chat with me, because I'm usually sitting here chatting away. Oh, it's been awesome, Nick. I'm glad you're here. Mark,
Thank you.
awesome first meeting you. Like we do it every week. Everybody have a good night, a good morning, and a good evening.
Good night.
Night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.